Oh, well, 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 well. Hello, Bornfish. What's up? What's happening? How's it going? Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm doing pretty well. Tonight, there's no game music, by the way. Don't worry about it. There's no music. I guess I should have pressed any button to start. But I pressed it again. I guess where I pressed it, and nothing happened. I don't know. We have a fabulous book tonight. Or a game I thought was a game, but it has like no gameplay, so it's pretty much just a glorified book, right? Just a book with pictures. Kind of like visual novels, I guess. Continue! I wish it made more sense though. I really have no idea what's going on. It kind of just spends all its time meandering around doing who knows what. Let's see. Hopefully it starts making more sense soon. Neon signs rattle tunelessly in the dark, huh? You're good? Good! What the hell was I supposed to do? I don't know. Carrington said to meet him at the storage facility. Is that what I'm supposed to do next? Supposed to go find the zero again? Oh, yeah. Blah. Oh, Low Depths is the name of the tavern. Okay. It's just a point and click. I'm pretty sure I'll just go along until it just does whatever. Oh, the radio thing. So I was supposed to hear static or something? Interesting. I can't move my car and check this at the same time. Music! This station doesn't quite match the bartender's description. Definitely weird though. Let's keep scanning. He said we'd know it when we heard it. I'm here to propose to you a position in my new VTuber e-reader business. Consider this your audition, of which I'm already impressed. Yeah! How do I get a new scene? I was just coming to check to see if there was anything going on here. I have a feeling it just gives you a new scene for whatever. 1,930 more cat treats for your cat. Oh yeah. Truck sounds like it's running kind of rough there. Better keep an eye on it. We're all running a little rough these days. Why do you work here? We had a little engine trouble, but it's sorted out now. Nothing we couldn't handle. Okay. I think you left the radio on. This is the real thing. Live. Well, damn, you sound just like you do on the radio. I've got one of your tapes I picked up at a truck stop. Somewhere in the back there. Bird manager Nate Lula. Ooh. Ooh, she was concerned about it. What's pumpkin spice? I'm gonna pull up the thingamathing. I pull up the thingamathing. I can show you what pumpkin spice is. Pumpkin spice. There you go. I became an orange kitty cat. Malula. Yeah, I should have guessed you would. Did she say anything about me? Oh, I suppose hoping it would explode in a shower of pumpkin. I think that's a bit beyond my, editing capabilities or whatever. Oh, well, I guess that was a long time ago. Have any games on your computer? Hey, you know what? I might. My niece works nights at the hospital, and she swung by for her lunch break an hour or two ago. She's kind of, she doesn't talk a whole lot, but I like her company. I heard her typing away in there. You might take a look. Better get going. Or should you give me the preview because you know I'm never going to redeem it? What? I think I've read these things already. The Consolidated one was about not paying your bill. Directory listed for games. Psychotherapist. Sports medicine professional 1973. Wow, amazing. Let's play psychotherapist. Loading psychotherapist. Ready. Run. I am the psychotherapist. Please describe your problems. Wait, I thought it was gonna be a game. I wasn't aware Conway was a recovering alcoholic. I'm lost. Do you enjoy being lost? I don't have much to compare it to. That's quite interesting. I'd like to try an exercise now. Please close your eyes and ask another person to read the following text aloud. It's summer. You are sitting in a very long hall on a backless stool. The seat is upholstered in fake leather, slick with condensation. You shift your weight uncomfortably. At the other end of the very long hall, a ceiling fan beats out the rhythm of seconds. The air in the very long hall is still very long hall, very long hall, very long hall. You need a shave. You feel 3 rough whiskers curled over your upper lip. What? You shift your weight on the slick leather seat and exhale gently to displace the 3 rough whiskers curled over your upper lip. What is this redundancy? The very long hall is silent, except for the ceiling fan beating out the rhythm of seconds, and the noise of your breath as you exhale gently to displace the 3 rough whiskers curled over your upper lip. They gotta be doing this on purpose. Is Chloe a pro gamer like Prophilia? Chloe's very good at staring at the game. I've tried giving her the controller before, and she just kind of sniffs it and looks at me like I'm insane. She's like, what? Me? Play games? No way. Then she like walks away. That means you've been doing more artings without me? What? Changing the color with pumpkin spice is just something you can do in VTube Studio. You just like, you go to like a color editor thing and you can change the things to different colors. It's not really artings. The problem is this game. I know, right? This is a book. This is not a game. This is not a game. This is a book. And it's a very bloated book. If someone had written this game down as a book and submitted it to an editing publication, I have no doubt it would have been rejected, or they would have told them to get to the point. There's so much running around, runabout, nothing's going on. But, you know, I'm a masochist, so we shall see if this actually goes anywhere. If we get to the point at some point. Not every indie game can be Death's Door, right? Your tongue is burned. Perhaps you drank some coffee too quickly within the last several days. What? Days? Your mouth is dry and the lights are slowly dimming. Oh, it says I'm not supposed to read this part aloud. Okay, it's over. Directory listing for games. No, I can only do the other one. Alright. Loading sports medicine professional 1973. Ready. Run. February 1973. Status. Senior. GPA 3.8. Effect. Bored. A. Study. B. Hit the bar. C. Explore the forest. Hit the bar? Aren't you a student? Senior, aren't you a student? Are you old enough to drink? Studying's boring. Let's go explore the forest. It's raining. Mud is everywhere on the wings of owls and the jowls of stray dogs. Borrowing shelter with other mammals and then waking up late. Damp and cold. Waiting for the bus with other mammals. Mammals. Okay. March 1973. Status, hiker. GPA 3.8. Effect, bored. Same options? How would it be different if you're a hiker? You're already pretty much exploring the forest if you're hiking, right? Kind of. You're just on a trail. It just makes no sense. Sometimes somebody saying no is a good idea. True, 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 true. It doesn't make much sense. But, the part that killed it for me was the end of Act 2. The whole scene in the bar just killed it for me. It was almost 40 goddamn minutes of half-sentence dialogue boxes popping up. I think I just about went insane. Just no. Nobody is gonna read a sentence half at a time. Hey, what are you going to do today? And just repeat that for 40 minutes, and that was the bar scene. I don't know why they made the design decision to have the text boxes pop up half a sentence at a time, but oh my god, it drove me nuts. Especially since I was reading it. I was like reading half a sentence, and then another half a sentence a few seconds later, then another half a sentence a few seconds after that. Just do that for almost 40 goddamn minutes. Just no. No. I don't know why I made that design decision, but that's terrible. Even if I wasn't reading it aloud, imagine just reading it in your head or whatever, not aloud, and reading half a sentence and having to wait a few seconds for the other second half of the sentence to pop up. You don't even have to read it aloud to go nuts from that, man. Like, no. I don't know why they made that design decision. Just put up the whole sentence and then leave the box up for a couple seconds longer. Just it. But that bar scene added like nothing either. It was a bunch of new characters. Maybe they'll appear here later at some point, but it was a bunch of new characters and they talked about nothing except how they weren't happy with so-and-so, and one lady wasn't going to pay her parents' bar tab anymore because she's dropping them because they're just a bunch of leeches. And it's still like, but what does Pearl, I think her name was, have to do with Conway? What do any of these characters have to do with Conway? We just went to the bar where it happened, last stream before it ended. But none of those characters were there. I mean, maybe they'll come back up at some point. It just felt pointless, and half a sentence at a time was driving me up the wall. Dumb design decision. -1 star just for that bullshit. The first chapter of this game was pretty good, though. When it still had the mystery, you know? Had the ghost weaver lady. The mine was nice and spooky. I enjoyed that. But after that, it just kind of meanders around like it doesn't know what it wants to do. It doesn't know where it's going, so we just go from place to place and just kind of go like, let's go to the bureau and see if we can figure out where the address is. Well, we should get your leg looked at. Let's go find a doctor. Like, why? We needed to go find a doctor so we get Urza in our party, right? No, wait, not Urza. Ezra, whatever his name is. We need to go to the bar to get Junebug in our party. Why are these people hanging out with me now anyway? Why am I getting a party? There's no dialogue explanation for why they're just hanging out with us now. They're just tagging along. Anyway, I'll stop ranting, I guess. The more I rant, the less progress I make through this book. So, you know. Did I read this? Hey, Agent. What's up? What's happening? How's it going? Seasonably cold, and the mouth of the cave is surrounded by small broken sticks from a recent storm. If they weren't so damp or spread so thin and unevenly, they'd be a fire hazard. Maybe if they were all piled up in the cave to dry for a few weeks, they'd spark and smoke the bats out. April 1973. Status: Spelunker. GPA 3.8. Effect: bored. I think this is actually the same guy. I was a student, right? Then I was a hiker because I went to explore the forest. Then I kept exploring the forest and I found a cave. So now I'm a spelunker. How am I still bored? I went off in the forest and I found a cave. How am I still bored? What does this have to do with the main plot at all, by the way? Probably nothing. Can rant anytime. All right. Yeah. It's bar explore for. I'm always going to choose forest. I want to see where we go. Thick tree coverage soaks up every vapor of light pollution. The skies are uncomplicated, black and white. Mumbling stars. I almost read that as rumbling stars. And I was like, what? But what does mumbling stars mean either? I don't know. An owl decimates a caravan of mice. Aw, poor guys. We're in May. We're a druid now? It's time to make a decision. Graduate, hitchhike, cross country, live in a tree. I like how our GPA is still 3.8 even though we've been out of school for like 3 months now. Imagine we've missed quite a few tests. But okay. How about we hitchhike across country? That sounds adventurous. Sounds about right for our character. The road is dry. Road dirt encrusts the nostril. Ew. Settle inland, eventually. Frustrated. What? Score. Bored. God damn it. I never got past bored. So what happens if I picked the last option the whole time? I also hate how I have to press. I can press. Hold down B to make the text go faster, but I can't press B at this part. I have to go and then move my thumb over to A, then hold down B again. A, hold down B again. A, hold. Why? Why not just make me press B multiple times? What happens if we live in a tree? It's a good tree, strong. The branches are bare, sleep upright, brush teeth with dew and moss. Makes sense for once. Score, druid. Oh, okay. You know what? I don't really care what the other options are. I'm out. Bye. I have this distinct feeling that that game does not matter at all. Talk to you. Is this the game you're supposed to play on Tuesday? Oh, no, it'll be Tuesday soon. My goal is to get to the section that requires you to play on a Tuesday sometime after midnight. However, there is a little bit of a stickler situation. I've been notified via email by my internet service provider that they will be doing maintenance tonight, which will kill my internet for an undetermined amount of time. They say as brief as possible, but that doesn't tell me anything. So, sometime between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., they will kill my internet. So, if I disappear at some point later tonight, you know why. Just so you know. Just so you know. Okay, what was I supposed to do here? Rust Archive? What? Please turn on the radio to look for a station that's familiar but strange. Wow, that makes it so clear. So my goal is to get to a Tuesday achievement, but sometime after midnight. That's way in chapter 4. When you get to a place called Sam and Ida's. I've already looked up where it is, so that's what I'll be on the lookout for. Will it be AM or FM? It sounds kind of weird. Sounds kind of strange. Really? This doesn't match the bird? Oh, okay, she admits it though. Definitely weird though. Let's keep scanning. He said we know it when we heard it. I do not know it when I hear it, sorry. That's fine. Alright, alright. Poor Chloe won't be able to watch her late night shows. Oh no. Oh, I didn't realize that it was just gonna automatically find it for me. What's this station? I've never heard this before. Sounds like horses? Horses running? A race? This does not sound like horses at all. Like, not at all. I've been to horse shows before, man. This does not sound like a horse running at all. What the fuck is this shit anyway, though? How does this sound like a horse, too? Ooh, we're gonna talk about Charlie, the dead kid? Are we gonna talk about the kid? I don't know if Lysa and Ira are alive or not. Charlie died from falling off the roof, though. Poor kid. Charlie and I used to go to races sometimes. Charlie, he was your boss's kid, right? The one who, yeah. Must be some memories there. Well, that fits familiar but strange for me. Harry said we just drive until it cuts out. Explains why I started early. Wait, I started early? Isn't this about usual for me? Hey! Why are you guys blocking the road? Did we... Oh, we turned around, right? No, not anymore. What? The horses. Ooh, we're on Route 0 now. Clockwise to the anchor. Counterclockwise to the whirlpool, then briefly clockwise. What the hell's that? I've not been here before. Every time you go to a new place, it's a new scene. I'm not sure the scenes actually mean anything. Hall of the Mountain King sounds like something I might hear out of Elden Ring, though. Let's go. This game's Elden Ring, though. Bridge. The bridge ends abruptly, crumbling in disrepair. Well, rip that. I talk to our dog. You wish it were Elden Ring? I do. What's supposed to happen here? They don't keep the roads up too well, do they? Never have. I know how you hate to hit a pothole, Blue. That's right. Time to cut him loose, ma'am. Well, now I'm having fun. Ha, okay. Slow night anyway. Let's go up this boardwalk. At least I stopped hobbling because I got a new leg. It was pure torture, like the first couple chapters, just hobbling around slowly because he had an injured leg. It's like, A loop of decayed rope is coiled on the banister. Some rotted sections have been smoothed over with a fine dust. Cool. Okay, cool. Broken computer monitors are heaped precariously among the rocks. Okay. Is this a junkyard or something? Seems like a weird place to put... Pet carrier. Oh, there's fire over there. A pet carrier for a cat or small dog has been left by the path. A calcified rag wadded in the corner may once have been a blanket. Oof. That's kind of old then, isn't it? Backpack. Not a chance the developer was an alcoholic. Oh, there's a person standing there. I mean, maybe. Most people at least know somebody who is. A hiking backpack leans against a rock. It's empty except for a dusty bag of cat food and a few punch cards. I don't think that cat food's good anymore. Sorry, Chloe. A pile of discarded electronics burns steadily in the center of the chamber. It's interesting they let me reselect that. Usually, once you've selected something, it disappears. Who's Amy? Hello, Amy. I have no idea who you are. Oh, it's triangles within triangles down here. Shifting, intersecting, overlaying. Isn't it romantic? Let's see. Is this how a mathematician talks? You're here to steal back the love of a boy you once knew, when you were too young to recognize the movements of the heart. And you're escorting her, pretending to have her interests at heart, while really, you're in love with the young woman as well. And so you've agreed to help him conspire to win her affections. But it's just a ploy to set him up for embarrassment and diminish him out of the picture. Huh? I'm not under the impression that anybody's interested in any of that. So that person's me should bring Chloe out of the street. What? Sometimes she hops up in my lap and then purrs into the microphone. She never really learned how to meow. She just does these little squeaks. Just go like squeak, squeak, squeak. Meow, meow, meow. Something like that. She doesn't really meow like a typical cat. So she squeaks, and she likes to purr into the mic sometimes. Every once in a while. What are you talking about? Is the only appropriate response to this nonsense. No, you're right. It's insipid. Derivative. She's definitely a mathematician. I used to be really good at this. I had 11 novels published, from The Billionaire's Bidding to Fields of Longing. Real hot bodice-ripping stuff, you know. Oh, so she wrote Harlequin romance novels, huh? I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Just me and my thesaurus, steaming up the windows. Sure you ballisted this kid? He's old. He can handle it. He's like 10. He's old enough, right? Why'd you stop writing? You know, suddenly it was all computers everywhere you went. I thought I might be able to do something with that. Inject a little libido into those ugly beige boxes. Ha! So I went back to the university and I studied human-computer interaction. And then I picked up Donald's research assistantship here as a tester, debugging. In my off hours, I played around with a doomed love story at the core of our little simulation. That seemed to amuse Donald, so I kept at it. I'm afraid I tinkered too much, made it too complex. Now our work is never done. We don't even have to add any new functionality. The bugs just grow on their own. Too complex. Wait, so do you think this is a simulation world? This isn't the real world? Is she like saying that we're in like a simulated world in a computer or something? Maybe. That would at least explain why nothing makes sense. This is recompile, but not recompile. She like the squeaky black cat then? Yeah! She is. She's a squeaker. Some cats are like that. I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Too fucking bad for you. I can look at you now instead of talk. A woman in a tattered cardigan looks furtively at the other people around the fire. Cool. Old man. Let's go talk to the old man. I'm sure he has great words of wisdom for us. Oh, it's Donald, huh? Donald puffs on a smoldering pipe while half mumbling, half singing an old country tune. Softly on. Where the old green river runs, through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. I don't know how to sing it. Oh, who are you? Sorry, did we start you? What's that song? Yeah, what's that song? Oh, you've caught a verse of my absent-minded warbling. It's just a song from my youth. Something a dear friend used to sing to herself as we hacked on crystal radios in the boiler room. In old Kentucky, where my love a lovely home did build for me. Oh, no, that's endless. And where the old green river runs, through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. There you go. From there on, it's all meandering rivers and romantic greenery, and that is... What were we talking about? Uh-oh, his mind's going poof. What's that computer over there? It looks pretty vintage. It doesn't matter if Conway says we're lost. It doesn't fucking matter. It looks like a harmless old computer, doesn't it? Like some beat-up mainframe exhumed from a university basement and left in this cave to rot. Or to flower. No, it's no ordinary computer. I've modified it extensively, and in some pretty experimental ways. Believe you me! And that's to say nothing of the software, but... You look like a technically minded sort of person. Tell me, do you know the effects of mold growth on diffused base transistor circuitry? Nope. Sounds like it would short circuit, maybe? Certainly, but not all of it. Some moldy filaments are more or less conductive than others, and it grows in non-linear, chaotic patterns. We can guide it a bit through a simple application of classical horticulture, but we can't produce specific results, only tendencies. Thwarted and feeble, we hammer on this derelict keyboard. My name is Reason, King of Kings. But we are mere gardeners in the ruins. Our keystrokes echo off into the tunnels. Boundless and bare, the caves stretch far away. We are too late. Always too late. What? Did you say something? Yeah, tell us about the software. You're just about to tell us about your software. Beautiful, your voice is just what my VTuber quotation marks e-reader service needs. Oh, okay. Oh, the software. My life's work. Xanadu. You've heard of it? Nope. Perhaps you've read about it in a journal? It's been years since I published anything. Xanadu has evolved significantly, so I explained its data structures in my article, Literary Multitudes, Hypertextual Narrative as Post-Structural Witness. You sciencey guys cannot have, like, a boppy title. All your titles gotta be, like, 5-syllable words. Come on, now. Evolved, and then deteriorated. That sounds terrible. Donald sighs dramatically and takes a puff from his pipe. I'm afraid you are too late, fellow hypertext enthusiast. As the mold accumulated on the circuitry, Xanadu blossomed for a moment into something holy and enchanted. Then all the charm was broken. Do you have any idea what it's like to spend your life building something and then sit powerlessly as your work declines into ruin? Sounds like it sucks, man. Too fucking bad. Oh, is she about to lose lease on our workshop? I had no idea about that. Oh, you'll be fine. Junebug's the only one that's okay. I drive deliveries for a small antique shop and we're closing down. That's what the game was supposed to be about, man. I was supposed to make the final delivery to the final house when we can't find the fucking house. Now we're just meandering around in nowhere land. This was supposed to be a delivery simulation game like Lake or something. Come on now. Shuffling around the dusty ghosts of antiquity. Well, I have my own ghosts, and I keep them in there, in Xanadu. It's running on that glorious dusty machine. Take a look if you'd like. Too late to do anything but smoke and reminisce anyway. Far too late to do anything. That's kind of ominous. I'll talk to Andrew. Whoever the fuck you are. Do you know that when I first... No. I mean, if this cave were larger, could it... No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got it. How would you characterize this space? The one we're standing in now. It's a fucking cave. I like Ezra's answer. Kinda spooky, but I'm not scared. Spooky for a baby. That's right. I think we'd all agree that's a fair assessment. How could... Wait, let's unpack that for a moment. What makes it spooky? No. How do you know it's spooky? Or would be spooky for a baby? What makes this area spooky? I would say it would be the tunnels. The fire would actually be kind of comforting, wouldn't it? Because fire's warmth. Fire means you're safe there. You can just hang out at the fire. You get warm food. Maybe the shadows? Shadows just come with the territory with the cave, though. Let's say the tunnels. We're surrounded by them. Look at that one. Up there. Do you know what? No. Let me explain to you what's in that tunnel. You won't be scared. Close your eyes. Will you close your eyes? Only if you close yours. Okay. I can do it from memory. Good. Now, I was at least expecting like a eye closing animation, but just nope, just black. You are standing at the top of a rocky peak. A tongue of flame licks the shadow anatomies of... Where are we? Oh, here again. How disappointing. That was a... Sorry to, disappoint. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't be so attached to the future. It's always getting in the way of my work. Better to be in the moment, carefully observing and documenting, with no attachment. Let me give you an example. I was a grad student studying statistics when I started working with Donald on his project. He said we needed someone with a more analytical mind to do the descriptive writing. Someone who would appreciate the cave descriptions as real labor, instead of taking their authorial voice for granted. Donald warned me it would be long hours of typing painstakingly detailed descriptions into the computer. And I've put in the hours! Believe me, I've put in the hours. I've described every facet of this cave in such detail that I sometimes don't know if I'm reading or looking, writing or exploring. Often, in the dark and lonely moments, I worry that in my sleep I've transcribed rooms from my dreams into the system. How would we know? That could only be entered with precise, faithful detail. That's all I know how to write. And all I dream about is caves. I only dream of caves. This sucks. Have a nice Sunday, Struber. I had a Sunday. It was a Sunday. It was a sunny day. Could have used some rainbows, some kittens, some confetti. What does that mean? That means it was so-so. A man wearing large glasses inspects the ceiling. Later. Never! A massive gate constructed out of scavenged materials blocks passage down the far side of the spire. Wait, so I can't go that way? Oh my god, there's just endless people to talk to that never say anything. The kingdom is in peril! Well, what else is new? Dark hair, where's the kingdom? Where's the kingdom? You're in the throne room. There are 3 legendary treasures hidden throughout the castle that will restore these ruins to their former glory. What do they look like? She's messing with you, kid. Enchanted jewelry, talismans, a magic mirror that prevents the future. Wait, what? Prevents the future? How do you do that? Freeze time? A magic shield that protects the bearer from age. A magic chest that's always filled with... I never went to the university. Damn, she changed her subject. Like... I was an independent scholar. It means I took to the public libraries like a beachcomber. I studied fairy tales. And then I came to work for Donald. I paid the bills, rubbed leathering elbows with academics, scraped black mold from cave walls. Finally, now I carry the firewood into senescence. I don't know what that word is or how to pronounce it. The kingdom is in peril, and I don't care. What are the chances I'll ever see that word ever again? Woman in a long, worn shirt stares at the fire, lost in thought. Oh, we found Xanadu, huh? Tell me why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. However that song goes. Baffling control panels are sheltered from the elements with a worn tarp. A closet-sized wall of knobs and wires looms behind the machine, humming faintly. An electric typewriter is the only easily recognizable component. Wait, that takes us back to Donald. How do you think we get it started? This old thing? Maybe there's a hand crank around. Oh, it has a run key. Never thought from in this instance, sorry. What? Where are we going now? Alright. Alright. We're hanging out in Xanadu's computer system now, I think. Okay. That's Den of Ardo? What the fuck's that mean? It's a house. Yeah, I'm not reading that. That's garbled nonsense. Huh? This thing is in rough shape. The switches do it. You try blowing on it. Yeah, it's a cartridge. Why is it so fucking loud, too? And my flips an unlabeled switch. Oh, wait. Okay, that's worse. Yeah, I mean, it is a house on the screen, so... It kind of looks like a house. Type house. Typing house. In blood quit. Wow, that makes sense. Oh, this is a describe what's on the scene game? What are those, mountains? Lula. So, Joseph and Lula. Oh. Is this about that, that time they went in that cave, back in chapter 2? Did that say Lula? Lula. Donald. Yeah. Damn, I can't tell what she's saying. Paper, reader, punch cards, transcribed, that's about it. Oh, I have my portable degosser with me. What the fuck's that? Old systems like this one can build up a remnant magnetic field that sort of warps everything along whatever pattern it's settled into, you know? Nope, I don't know. I could definitely be a beach boy. That's right, goddamn right. The degosser clears that up by suddenly shaking the magnetic field around until it's uniform again. That's how I like to think of it anyway, like shaking a snow globe. Worth a shot. Hall of the Mountain Gink. I don't think that did anything. Well, okay. I mean, that's slightly better. Stalactites adorn the ceiling or whatever. Something enormous, whatever, I don't know. Set up your whatever. Premature end of file, press any key to quit. This is a lost cause. What a piece of junk. Yeah, stab it. Oh my god, stop being noisy. Yes. That's another thing about this game. They like what are their audio levels? What the fuck are the audio levels for this game? Sometimes things are super quiet and then you have that. That's staticky shit. Like what? Just stop. Just stop. Have your audio levels more balanced out, please. Bizarre. And what was that about Lula? Maybe Donald knows how to clear it up a bit. I mean, maybe. Yeah, so. we'll go over to Donald. Oh yes, let's watch us slowly walk over. Very exciting. Not falling asleep. Nope, not me. Not falling asleep. I'm awake, okay? I'm awake. So, you've seen it for yourself. What's left of it? Is that the end? The chalky bones of a beautiful dream. But you can see what it once was, can't you? Can't you? There was so much more to it. Ornate labyrinths of memory. Exhaustively simulated parallel cave ecosystems. Real artificial. Intelligence built on sophisticated neural network algorithms. The birds in the forest could flock in 3 dimensions. The bats could learn to sing. And then it began to crumble when the strangers came. At first we only heard them, walking heavily through the caves, dragging things around, hammering and clattering their tools. Sometimes we heard working songs, never close enough to make out real voices, just their echoes cascading wordlessly in the tunnels. Then we caught a glimpse of one. What were they working on? I shouldn't be telling you about this. Ooh, tell me. They're dangerous. They're strange. I should never have tried to outwit them. They were always too much for me. But it's too late now. If I'd listened to Lula, Lula? Lula Chamberlain? Yes, of course. Oh, do you know her? How do you know her? I don't think we're looking for her, but you know. It was a long time ago. All this, you see, just look at it. No, she's gone now. She left. We built this together, did you know? Lula, Joseph, and I. Lula is gone from here, but... Donald points across the cave with his pipe. Still in there. In Xanadu. I don't know where Lula is now, or how to get there from here, or how to unwind that damned tangled highway. But Xanadu, before its ruin, was faultless as an oracle. A shrine to perfect simulation. Until... But maybe? Those weird interlopers destroyed my Xanadu. Perhaps they know how to fix it. It may be dangerous. I've sent many eager seconds. What? To negotiate with them. To repair my masterpiece. Back there. That tunnel. Push back the vines. Crawl out into the darkness. Watch your step. After a while, you'll feel the terrain change beneath your hands and knees. From rock to crystal, and then to mud. Then you'll be out. That's where the strangers come from. Now leave me alone. I still have a bit of mold in my pipe, and a few dreams left. I don't think you should smoke mold, man. It's probably not good for your health. Well, they're not gonna have me walk out, they're just gonna take me out. This game really is not pretending to be a game anymore at all. They don't let me do anything. Where the strangers come from? Except adjust the radio, I guess, to get over here. That's about it. Nice cemetery. This would be a good time to add some spooky ghosts back into the game, you know. Do I press a button? I do press a button. Well, this can't be right. Looks like an old church. It's muddy. Yeah, that's what he said. Crystals and then mud. Okay. I want to stay outside. Why? I think I saw a lizard. I'll stay with him. Okay, we'll make it quick. Nothing about this game is quick. What the fuck's all this? What's my favorite game? Like my favorite game ever? Near. Near. An epitaph is engraved on the stone grave marker. Mercedes Burnside, generous disposition, will be missed. Below in the inscription, a note is written in white chalk. What's that fucking HT8191T bullshit? Fill date, June 29th, notes of almond. What? What? This part's always gonna be the same. Damian Grosser and Timothy Madden. We think you two would really have liked each other. Different date. Fill date, June 24th, weird finish. I wonder if this game was a Kickstarter game and these are like backers. I don't know if it was or not. Bill Morton always had a far-off look, probably still does. August 1st, aftertaste of rainwater. What? I want to know what the devs were smoking when they made this game. This book. John South or Bruno de Figueira. I don't know how to pronounce that. September 8th, sweet and fungal. Truffled nut pops. Back with some rice. Oh, I hope you have some tasty toppings for that rice. Cindy AU. Cindy Gold, right? Would have wanted it this way. Other nights, maple turpentine. Carlos Figueroa should have said something. Well, remember first sense of foreboding. Up here, it's excited for season 9 as I am. You know it! I'm bouncing up and down in my seat with pure energy or something. Unknown seemed reasonable. Did they ever say easy on the nose? What? I like this unknown guy. They seem like a swell fellow. Finding lizards? One, but it went under a rock. That's lizards for you. And you're dressed like a punk? Do you have family? Is that guy your boyfriend? Sure. Listen. Nah, what's a boyfriend anyway? It's a word people use because everybody else does, or everyone else does. Doesn't mean anything to me. He's my cricket. See? It means something. It's specific. I wanna be specific. I think you are. It's in the middle of the night, and here you are in a graveyard. Any other kid your age would be in bed. You've just gotta make choices and own them. You think I was born this foxy? I came off the assembly line about a half-foot shorter and all gray. No eyes. They were going to have us clearing out the old mine. Doesn't matter what you look like under all that rock and water. A bunch of gray shadows shoveling and hammering invisibly at the walls, draining the tunnels. Johnny found some gear, an old tape player. We hid away in an underwater cave and listened to it over and over, and we knew we weren't miners. We slipped out onto the road, just these two featureless shadows, and ever since that night we've been detailing, coloring in, specifying. I feel more like myself every day. I feel more like myself when it's just me and Julian. Isn't Julian the giant eagle, though? I don't remember. I don't remember if Julian was the bird or someone else. Well, there. Now you're getting specific. Bouncing. Hey. Bouncing. There you are. What'd you find in there? It wasn't... Hey, what's going on? You look flushed, old man. It doesn't matter. Right. Okay, we got what we need. Let's go. I think it sounds pretty important since you're not talking about it. It's probably pretty important. Back to the hole of the Mountain King. I think the achievements will be jump 10,000 times, sword dash 2,000 times, blow yourself up with a gunpowder barrel 500 times. Just, you know, incredibly original, imaginative achievements like that. Bouncing, hey, just a nice thought, huh? Singing softly again, huh? Trace an orbit round the road and close your eyes with holy dread. Were we on mold and whiskey fed and drank from rivers down below? We found your strangers. We know how to fix your damned machine, but I'm not sure it was worth it. Oh, soon. The visitors will return. What have you found? They need to type in a specific phrase to restore it. Say you need to unplug it for a while. They say you need to scrape the mold off the timing crystal. That sounds most logical since they were talking about mold earlier. But the mold? Of course. Too much mold on the timing crystal would send the simulation adrift. Each moment lived out of sync. By all means, yes, clean the timing crystal. I'm being... Me? Silly? Me, silly? Are you sure? Are you sure? I would never be silly. Right? I think it's just inside Fort of Fortunes. You expect to sell X of these. Complete all chests selling commendations. There's a new skull. Get 1,000 of the new skull incoming. Ready for some more staticky, garbled, loud bullshit? Do you see anything that looks like a timing crystal? Yeah, right here behind the control panel. It's filthy. Right. We're supposed to scrape off this black moldy stuff. Weird. Just following instructions. Here we go. Start X4 to the dam with new skulls. There we go. Time for staticky shit again. Yay. My ears. Maybe it'll work this time since I cleaned the crystal. And not assault my poor ears with... So far it's okay. It's got clear letters. Xanadu. Very fancy. At end of road. It's a color-changing skull. Designed to light up the 4 damn torches. Oh, really? So instead of dying at various ways, you just get that, huh? So lazy. We're standing at the end of a road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. Check out the building, go into the forest. Let's check out the building. Enter building. Inside building. You are inside a building, a storage shed for the National Park Service. There is a sensible, modern electric lantern nearby. Hit the lantern! That kid can shut the fuck up. Taken. Exit building. That's not something you can enter. Just type a direction. North. In forest. Wait, I thought we couldn't enter the forest. Now we're in forest. What? Scaling and a skull. These achievement hunters have never had it so easy. Isn't that a nice thing? Don't you want a nice break? Why are you profile raging? You are in open forest with a deep valley to one side. Head back south to that building. I'm gonna ignore Ezra the whole time. South. You're in forest. Hey, it's a maze. How about east? You're in the forest. Lula is here, soldering replacement components in a small handmade radio. Oh, we should talk to her. Ask Lula how she is doing. Hi, Donald. I'm getting the strangest interference out here. I've been tuning the radio circuits gradually as we go, swapping capacitor values and tweaking resistor networks. It was working for a while, but everything I can pick up sounds so distant and muffled. Lula hands you the radio. Well, maybe you'll have better luck. You're good at this stuff. Just don't forget to give it back. We just went east, but west would take us back to where we were. Right? Oh, wait, never mind. Joseph is here, tapping with a small stylus on a modified pocket braille slate. A small gray kitten, no more than a few weeks old, dozes comfortably on top of his backpack. Maybe he has something to say. Maybe. Listen. Donald, I was just transcribing your footsteps. Sounded like... Joseph runs his finger along the index card he's been tapping on, from right to left. Long, weary song, drearily gone. Dearly gone. You beat a melancholy shuffle through these woods, Donald. Ha! I've been noting down the sounds of the forest, with an ear for speech, and an inborn filter for poetry, I suppose. So maybe it's me being melancholy after all. I'm eager to see what the poetic subsystem makes of these punched cards. Can we go south again? At edge of hole. Jump in, end our misery. Let's not do that. You are at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to rock as the ground sinks into darkness. The computer tied to your upper back slickens with sweat in the afternoon sun. The rope slung around your shoulder has slipped under the strap of your backpack, digging uncomfortably against your collarbone. Go down the hole, that seems pretty obvious. Lean in a bit and check it out. Shine the lamp into the hole. Yell in the hole first, see if there are pirates. What? Pirates live on the ocean on boats. They don't live in holes. Don't you know anything, Ezra? Because we won't benefit. Have you made simplified it further by limiting how many colors of skeletons can spawn? I think it's just the one now per wave. What the fuck? You'll be able to sleep through a 4 of the dam now. Alright. Slash, 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 slash. Where's the challenge, huh? Shine the lamp into the hole. That seems like a logical action. Light lamp. Your lamp is now on. Shine lamp in hole. The lamplight only reaches a few yards down the hole, where the rock is coated in a slimy black mold. You can tell that the walls are too slick to climb safely without assistance. Try using the rope to climb down safely. I roped a tree. The rope is tied snugly to a tree trunk. Down. Your feet slip a few times on the slimy rock, but you remain stable. Lula and Joseph descend carefully after you. Cool. In bed quilt? What? Pretty much. Oh, the 4 of them's done already? I was asleep, man. I didn't notice. I bet the ultimate boss dies in like a minute now, too. You are in bed quilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Joseph and Lula remove the computer equipment they are carrying on their backs and begin setting up. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Say something back to her. Say something back. You make an awkward joke. Don't be so morbid. Lula looks pensive. Ask her about the cave. Ask Lula about cave. Having second thoughts? I don't blame you. It's unsettling down here. Weird acoustics. Earlier, as we were climbing down, I thought I heard voices for a moment. Or, not voices themselves, but the echoes of voices. Singing. Some kind of eerie, tuneless working song. I'm glad I'm not down here alone. What's the gear they're carrying? Ask Lula about gear. Sure, Donald, we may as well take inventory. I've got the tape machine and the synthesizer parts we borrowed from the School of Music. It's all tuned up to my voice so we won't have to type so much. Joseph has his slate and the punched cards he's transcribed from the poems we read him. He's got the typewriter and the paper tape reader. And you've got the CRT display. How's your back holding up? Joseph looks uncomfortable. Jealous. Hey, Donald, can you help me, wire up these generators? I'll assemble the synthesizer, but I could use some help with the serial interface if you have time. You hear an unfamiliar echo from a tunnel to the east. If we help Lula, she'll have something more to tell us. Joseph will probably kill us. Help Lula. Thanks, Donald. I can never remember which color lead goes into the pen. Or color lead? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Lula begins unpacking a box of wires and terminals. Do you think there are paintings down here? Cave paintings, I mean. Maybe some old pottery shards from when the world was young and early men and women huddled in these caves to... Do you know? I think cultural fossils are the saddest fossils. Sadder than animal remains, I mean. We might come across a petrified mollusk or a partial dinosaur footprint, and we say, there was a point of contact here where a body touched the earth. And maybe there's a little bit of evidential garbage, but the life who owned that body never cared and has moved on anyway. And that's the end of it. But suppose I shine my lantern on one of these walls and I see a crude painting, thousands of years old. 2 men and a woman, charcoal and blood, on rock. Someone put that there to keep something on the rock after she passed. A hope, a relationship, or a moment. A worry, maybe. A regret. She made a painting to keep something alive for her. But like that dead mollusk and that itinerant dinosaur, she had to move on. Whatever it was is gone, and now we're looking at this painting. This dangling copy with no original. What's this philosophizing? You are interrupted by the ominous echo of a grating, scraping sound from the east, louder than before. What the hell was that? Let's check it out. Famous last words. We're gonna die. The dinosaurs will eat us all. They're still alive. In tunnels. Well, just for you, though, but I hope that the Sea of Thieves achievements is something long and arduous and no fun at all, so you suffer. Nah, I'm just kidding. I hope it takes 5 minutes and then you're set for another several months. Ah, that'll be nice. Peaceful. You rush down the tunnel with Joseph and Lula close behind. It got kind of intense back there. How do you like all this, kid? What? I got kind of intense back there. I wonder if they're still thinking about it. I hope they've moved on by now. The tunnel narrows, and soon you find yourself crawling on your hands and knees. Navigating the tunnel gradually becomes more awkward as smooth rock gives way to jagged, crystalline surfaces. Scratches and taps echo from the end of the tunnel, some short and piercing, some slower and groaning as if dampened by water. The tunnel opens into a large room. Don't take it suffer with you, though. Well, it depends on what it is, doesn't it? The crystal room. What if everything is soloable? People! Skeletons! You are in a large, irregular chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling are covered with crystalline projections. Strangers are here, scraping black mold from the crystals. They look up when you enter. One of them seems about to speak. Finally! Why would we run? Why would we not listen to what they have to say? They're not going to stab us through the computer. Let's listen to what he says. The stranger reaches for a box he's carrying and presses a plastic button. The box whirs to life and a crackly voice blurts something unintelligible, then slows to a deep gurgle. He looks at his companions momentarily in confused disappointment. Then he returns his awful gaze to you. Joseph flees through a tunnel to the north. Lula flees through a tunnel to the northeast. Let's stick with Lula. Lula's headlamp scans across the northern passage as you run. Soft shadows loom perplexingly from floor to ceiling. You feel around to distinguish shadows from crystals, but eventually find yourselves cornered. You have hit a dead end. Oh, we're gonna die now. Who are they? We should comfort this lady, right? Right. You're gonna try and scare me? Don't give me nightmare. It sounds like a dream. What? I hope all the, every last achievement is soloable in 5 minutes. Let's find a way out of here. Escape. That's not a verb I recognize. Really? Look for escape. You can't see any such thing. Listen, I think they've gone back to work. They seem strange somehow. Maybe they've forgotten about us. Maybe they're like a game AI and it's been 20 seconds and they forgot you exist. Alright, let's try to pass them quickly. Now, don't make eye contact, and we'll find our way back to the equipment. In bed quick. I want to do solo even if they are. Wah! Got luggage that wants carrying. Wah! Don't worry, we've got these sovereigns. They can help us. We can be lazy now. And besides, those harpoons drop stuff behind you now. So you can be extra lazy now. You are in bed quilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Lula is here, panting for breath. And they follow us. Where's Joseph? He seems pretty scared. Might as well wait. Search for him. reassure Lula. I know, but never mind. I don't want to think about it. I guess we should wait for Joseph here. This is where he'll go, right? May as well wait. Wait. Time passes. Lula nervously runs her hand along a vein in the cave wall. I feel like if we search for him, we might get lost, though. So we wait for an hour or so. Wait for an hour. Well, he's gonna die because we waited, right? Time passes. A shifting, fluttering sound grows louder from one of the tunnels. What's that? Joseph? 5 disoriented bats stumble through your lantern light and off into an adjacent passage. Let's wait a bit longer. Wait for a day? Time passes. Hey, I found some water running clear down this tunnel here. I think we're okay on food for now, if you don't mind subsisting on jerky. Joseph packed a lot of jerky. I'll try to start a fire, I guess. I don't know. Keep waiting. She seems to want to wait a month. Sure. Wait for a month. Time passes. You begin to measure days and nights by the life and death of the fire. You know how these caves and tunnels got here? Erosion. You make a long process, or you apply a process long enough, and eventually a new place results. I'd like to make my own places, I think. My own caves. Lula withdraws into her sketchbook for several days, or maybe longer. How long will it let us wait here? Like, what's the maximum time? I don't know. I want to find out, though. Wait indefinitely. Time passes. Joseph is here. He's either just arrived or has been standing here for some period of time. That damn sound. Those damn voices. I don't even know what direction I was running. I wove through that network of tunnels. I ran my hand along the wall, always turning left, but every turn and every rock felt the same. For all I knew, I was running in circles. Finally, I ended up here. When I heard you coming, I ran. I could only hear the echoes of your voices at first, and I didn't know what to trust. In the tunnels, I found a mess of strange things. Some of it I don't want to talk about. Some of it I don't know how. And on some of it, I was sworn to secrecy. Sworn with who? Who had you sworn to secrecy? But listen, there's one thing I have to tell you. While I was out there lost in the tunnels and caves, I came across the Zero, and I had no idea. It's like a real place. They pick up garbage, they deliver mail, they go to work and to church. But it has an awful kind of emptiness. Wandering through, I heard horrible echoes. Weird images got burned in my mind's eye. A television, a scarecrow, a crystal, a feather, a sandwich, a CRT monitor, a bottle, an anchor. I mean, I've seen those while I was on the Zero before, yeah. Lula looks down at her feet. What's up with Lula? Ask Lula what is up. Nothing. Just, Joseph, you sound disturbed. Lula, you've heard the same damn stories I have. It doesn't matter now, damn it. I'm leaving. To hell with all of it. Get him back on track. We're so close. Divert Joseph's attention. You shout something at Joseph about the project you are working on together. You'll die in these damn cold caves. And what about those men? You know they'll come back. Tell me to find somewhere to start a fire. Tell me to hide from the strangers. And hide, right? Got our hide and seek skills upgraded. It's okay if you don't want to play, I guess. Why do you sound sad now? You should be happy if the achievements end up take 5 minutes and then you're done for like 3 or 4 more months. And you can get back to your amazing banana game. Just finding a hiding place. You shout something at Joseph about going deeper into the caves. Did you hear their voices? They'll find you. But not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop! Your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damned cave. Joseph is right. We can't stay here. I'm leaving too, but I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon. I'm heading down the zero. We need her to stay. Ask Lula to stay. You plead with Lula about your continued collaboration. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can see what your damned machine does with it. We've actually seen this dialogue before in that museum-like place. Lula and Joseph have left. In tunnels, huh? Abandoned by your collaborators, your confidants, your companions, the only two among your colleagues with whom you've ever trusted the gift of your friendship. God damn, man, stab it. Pretty thick. Sounds like Beardo had his heart broken. You wander the tunnels alone, dragging along the components of your unrealized masterpiece, combing the underground passages for a new site in which to realize your vision. Sounds like a genius. How do you mean? Does sound pretty vain with unrealized masterpiece. Vain. Vanity. Ain't it the truth? My Aunt Remedios, before she got into the whole ethnomusicography thing, wow, that's a word, she was a painter. Mostly nudes and oil. She had this model. I'll never forget him. Big, classically physical guy. Looked like he was about to storm Troy. He made everyone call him the Colonel. Weaver and I saw this guy naked a lot. You couldn't help it. He was always posing somewhere in the house, chasing the light from room to room while Aunt Remedios made a sketch of his profile or worked on the right mix of pigments for his abdomen. Awkward? Much? That'd be pretty awkward. You're always sad. What? It'll take 5 minutes. We have to sell at least 100 of those new chests to just throw it. But they don't have one for selling 100 of the other chests. Yet. The Colonel had this magnificent hair. Long black hair that ran just to the bottom of his shoulder blades. One evening, he was standing next to an open window in the back of the house. The sun was setting. Early spring, I think. It was kind of windy. Aunt Remedios was trying to get his hair right. She kept arranging it, like half in front and half behind, running over his shoulder and laying across his chest in this very specific way. But it itched him or something, and he'd do this weird indignant shuffle thing, where the wind from the open window would push it around, or he'd start and turn his neck with Weaver, or when Weaver and I ran by, and everything would be tangled again. The final product was a swirl of black lines billowing around the top of his neck. Weird thing is, I don't even remember his face now. Just that black swirl. Probably the best one she ever painted. Cool, thanks for your amazing story. Hall of the Mountain King. I want you to carry me through the achievements. Oh, do you? I feel flattered. Like a big, valuable piece of loot, like a golden chicken in a coop, which, as it turned out, was our most valuable asset. That's goddamn right. After what may have been years, you stumble out of a tunnel into a cavernous open space. Stalactites adorn the ceiling like grotesques. In the center of the room is an enormous rocky spire. This is where you will set up your equipment and establish your legacy. Cool. Ooh, it's you! Self-portrait. Now is the time to continue your work. Research assistance, 0. Realism index, 37%. Romance index, 2%. Mold coverage, 0%. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistants to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. Just sleep forever. I don't have any assistants to assign to a task. So hire a new research assistant. Typing hire. Uploading job advertisement to university message boards. You have hired Rick, who studies library sciences. Assign him to a task. You may assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, or speculation. Assigning available research assistants to debugging. New applicants try again later? Try. How about sleep. Time passes. Rick makes adjustments to the echolocation algorithm. Bats now fly normally instead of getting hung up on each other's wings and clustering together like horrible leathery tumbleweeds. Now is the time to continue your work. Ooh, one assistant, 47% realism index. Mold coverage, 9%. That doesn't sound good. You have hired Mary Ann, who studies fine art. You can only get one assistant at a time, then. Fine art sounds like a good job for transcription. Right, totally. You have 2 research assistants available today. Assign how many to transcription? Rick fixes some weird math with some weirder math. Mary Ann types up some lurid imagery from a dream journal. Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Enough time to kill my work, blah, 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 blah. Wait, my romance index has gone up 8% from hiring Mary Ann, huh? You have hired Weaver, who studies mathematics. Interesting. I can't pick who does what, but, you know. Weaver identifies a bug with the oxygen level simulation, but is unable to fix it. Rick summarizes the migratory patterns of bats through the tunnels. Mary Ann makes a convincing argument for the edibility of stone. What? 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 Okay. Uh-oh. Intruders! The strangers are doing something to the equipment, but you can't make out what. You hide behind a rock until they leave. With trepidation, you emerge from your hiding place hours later. What? I'm not convinced this is getting us any closer to the 0. Me neither. Oh, they cleaned it. That's cool. You have hired Roberta, who studies fairy tales. Try to quit and start over is an option now. I meant to put one everybody. I got 3 and one on the other, blah, blah, blah. Mary Ann widens tunnels slightly to reduce the need for extra crouch commands. Weaver fixed bugs. Rick fixed bugs. Roberta extensively notates tunnel diameter as a function of length. Weaver follows the strangers into the tunnels. She doesn't return, but neither do they. Well, I guess I'm down. A research system. Romance index went down to 0! Rip. You have hired Andrew to study statistics. You notice we're hiring the people that we talked to in the cave. Marianne fixed bugs. Andrew fixed bugs. Rick carefully transcribes the sounds of dripping water and all their variations over a period of several hours. What? Why? Roberta discards centuries of exhaustive data on the uniformity of cause and effect. Why? Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Maybe we should try to start over or something? This doesn't seem to be helping. Is she trying to tell me that I'm doing it wrong? Fired Amy, who studies human-computer interaction. Fixing bugs, transcribed experiences. Rick posits that nature, not reason, is the master of industry. Andrew muses about the love lives of fungal colonies. A mail carrier on bicycle brings you a sizable bill from the power company. Hired Greg who studies architecture. Two for everybody. Fixing bugs, transcribing experiences. Andrew had they had ideas. Uh-oh, intruders! Stranger doing something quick, we can't make out what. They're probably fixing the mold again. Connection failed. University message boards have been discontinued. Ooh, shit. It's bugs. Blah, blah, blah. Prepare a nutritional meal of boiled cave moss. Seasoned with a salty, translucent paste you've harvested at great personal risk from stalactites. Don't think I can hire any new assistants anymore. Everybody's debugging today. This is a puzzle. The game has told me nothing about what my goal is, what I'm supposed to do. You dream fitfully. You, Lula, and Joseph stand in a hallway. The walls are blank beige. It's just after winter quarter, but before spring, so there are no students around. Joseph says something clever, and Lula leans on his shoulder. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be the robot, aren't I? You wish that instead she had taken your hand, or that they were any other option? Oh, cool. Intruders! Finally, they leave. Everybody going to do this. Your habit of absent-mindedly chipping away at cave crystals and sprinkling their dust in the air behind you has paid off. Just a few feet down one of the tunnels blooms a small but kaleidoscopic garden of crystals. Cool. What is my goal though? What am I trying to do? I don't understand. I don't understand if any of this matters. I think we'll try to quit in a second here. Intruders just clear off the mold. This seems like an endless loop to me. Try to quit and start over. I want to keep playing. What's the point? Come on, kid. We've got stuff to do. Type in quit. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. That was a rhetorical question. Quit game? Quit game. I only understood you as far as wanting to quit. Maybe we have to lose or die somehow in order to start over? Smash the computer's not gonna help me much, right? Eat the lamp! Totally. Eat lamp. Don't be ridiculous. At least the computer understands that it's ridiculous. Maybe we have to wait it out. Wait indefinitely. Time passes. Research assistants come and go. You don't encounter the strangers again, but sometimes you can hear the uncanny echoes of their voices off in the tunnels. Years pass. Mold accumulates. You and the remaining research assistants take to burning disused equipment in the center of the room. The black mold is intensely flammable and makes an excellent catalyst. It leaves behind a sweet narcotic perfume. I don't think you'd want to breathe that in, man. One night you have visitors, outsiders, different ones. Then later that night, an old friend. You really did go deeper into the caves. Premature end of file. Press any key to quit. Huh. Premature end of file. What? All I had to do was quit in order to leave, huh? Amazing. As for that banana game, I'm nearly there now. Just don't ask for a time estimate because I've played more than necessary. All for a better S rank score in many missions. Whoa! It sounds like you're having fun! Insanity. I'm glad you're having fun. Hey, Lula is here now. You really did go deeper into the caves. Well, you were easy enough to find. I met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things. So, this is what became of our project. Oh, I've made some additions. Joseph stole the data tapes for the first half, so I've had some blank spots to fill. Yes, I know. He published his version, actually. I'm sorry to report that it's a bit tediously sentimental. Found your doctor. Oh, good. Yes, you're looking not well, to be honest. You smell like a distillery. Have you been drinking? Has he been drinking? I haven't seen any dialogue that indicates Conway drinking, but... Shannon looks uneasily at Conway. Well, I wouldn't blame you if you had been. It's so dim here. So you found the address data. Just pass it over to Donald here. Donald, will you be a dear and crunch these numbers? We're looking to sort out a street name collision. Dogwood Drive. Wasn't the Bureau going to process it? I insist. I have cycles to spare. I'll just pack my pipe and get to it. I should only be an hour or so. Andrew will carry it over to... I'll be at the Bureau for the rest of the night. Just mark it private materials for the attention of Senior Clerk Chamberlain. How do we get to the Bureau from here? The bridge. Yes, the bridge. Through the gate over there. Now we, too, recede into history. Good night, Donald. Meet me at the Bureau and we'll get you on your way. Head counterclockwise to the cathode ray. Then turn around. Then it's just clockwise until you find the Bureau. Between us, I think you should drive. Oh. I've been down in some bottles, have I? Glug, 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 glug. You're probably having fun. It sounds like it. It's the same dialogue from before. Isn't that just looking at the gate? Maybe it'll trigger some new dialogue. The gate is open. Oh, it's open now. Sweet. Down. Let's go down. Oh, someone's singing. Tape recorder. That wasn't there before. Someone has left a portable tape recorder on the path. It doesn't appear damaged, but there's no tape to play or record. Huh. Bookshelf. That wasn't there before either. Backpack was there before, but not this other stuff. The bookshelf was carried only part way up the path here, before the project was abandoned. It's still useful. The peak of the spire is crowded. Anyway. A sensible, modern electric lantern has been left here. The batteries have long since died. Go talk to our dog. Thanks for waiting, Blue. Gone a bit longer than expected. That's true. We were gone a bit longer than expected. It'll be okay, Blue. That's right, Blue. It'll be okay. What happened up there? Just a bunch of computers. What the fuck? Do a flip. Wow, flip. A flip. I'd probably break something if I did a flip. Head back into the night. Get me the fuck out of here. I've been here for like an hour. Get me out of here. What was I supposed to do? Clockwise. Oh, wait. Didn't they say something about cathode ray? Then around or some shit. What's this one? Lost. It's no shame. I'll take over. I'm fine. I totally know what I'm doing. Boat. Two figures crouch over a pile of wood a few yards from the creek, occasionally hammering or making adjustments. Junebug pulls the bike closer to the creek. What looked from the road like a haphazard pile of wood is actually a worn boat. It's in poor repair. Perhaps it was abandoned and only recently salvaged. Shout a greeting. Johnny shouts a greeting. There's too much work to be done. Rotten planks need to be pulled and replaced. Nails need to be driven. Gaps caulked. Turn down the field recorder. Johnny switches on the field recorder. The recorder's red light flips on with a thrum. The take-up reel rolls forward silently for a moment before catching tape and beginning the recording. One of the figures stops working, sets down a caulk gun, and looks over at Johnny. The other finishes tearing at a bit of rotten wood stuck to the hull, then turns. After a minute or two, Johnny stops the recorder. File that one under water sounds. Interesting. Rust archives. The rust archives are housed in a low wooden building with angular flourishes in glass. Shannon enters alone, walking up a shallow ramp and through glass doors. A young woman seated in a wheelchair staffs the front desk. She smiles politely. Two folders are stacked on the desk. An orange one labeled Wheat Tree, Mexico City, VAM Station Wagon 1974, and a green one labeled Wheat Tree, Elizabethtown, Kinetic Sculpture 1968. Let's pick up the green one. Shannon picks up the file labeled blah 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 blah. The woman at the front desk gestures to an unlabeled door in the back of the room. Shannon enters, switches on a lamp at that desk inside the small room, and sits down with the green folder. Why couldn't I take both? Inside the folder are 3 clear plastic bags containing muddy brown flakes of varying sizes and hues. Each sample is numbered, with corresponding one-sheet documents interleaved. Shannon reads about the first sample. Oh, don't scream. What? We've watched a few S-rank missions after I finished them, and they're terrible. If my run were like any of those, I'd keep redoing it until I get something I like. I think you just... they're just doing their best, you know? Doing their best. ST. Wait! Who are you again? Just kidding. Hi, Gina. What's up? What's happening? How's it going? The sample was taken from the sculpture's base and is the smallest of the three. The accompanying text explains that the base was made up of a cheap stainless steel. It resisted decay, but not entirely. This sample is made up of dozens of small flakes and was taken from a chain link fence that surrounded the sculpture. The text speculates that the material making up the fence could not have been seriously intended to protect anyone or anything. It was too weak to be anything but decorative. Third sample. This sample was taken from a garbage can near the sculpture. The accompanying text describes this kind of metal garbage can, its common use in institutional settings, and its resilience against air conditioning, discarded carbonated drinks, and other institutional hazards. Wow, amazing. Let's go look at the orange folder now. It's literally saying the same shit. Well, the samples are different, but the first part was the same. First sample was taken from the hood of the station wagon. The text speculates about a tree under which it was parked. The decayed oak leaves found stuck in the windshield wipers, pools of dew that had accumulated in dents. Second sample. This sample was taken from the passenger side door. The text describes some variance in oxidation and age, evidence that the station wagon was involved in a minor accident and a part of the door repaired and painted over. Third sample. This sample was taken from the gas tank. Given the relatively small amount of rust accumulated here when compared to the rest of the car, the accompanying text concludes that the station wagon was returned to use after being abandoned for some time. Oh no! Wow, those were amazing folders that told me a lot of interesting things. Shannon leaves the Rust Archives. 10 out of 10. Wasn't I supposed to turn around at the whirlpool? I did, and I just found myself back at the whirlpool. I think my adventures is patchy. The little bit I saw was extremely exciting. You were showing the dirt who was in charge around here. Ruffle size. Fuck's that? This horse that died run over by a tray? Oh no! Children. About a dozen children are gathered in a shallow, dry basin to the side of the road. They're seated on overturned pots and pans arranged in 3 configurations. One group of 5 children are clustered to the right. One group are arranged loosely in the center, all facing an older girl who sits up on 3 pans stacked together. The boy at the head of the arrangement looks sternly down on another child. A younger boy kneeled on the stone floor without a pot to sit on. You pathetic bitch, you don't have a pot. A spare stock pot, perhaps belonging to the younger boy, is set to the side. Stand next to the younger boy. Oh, Ezra, huh? The older girl nods solemnly to Ezra. The older girl takes a wide green leaf from the floor next to her and pretends to read off a list of charges. The younger child is accused of making arrangements for trading card exchanges which he was not able to honor. Rip. The judge asks for a witness to testify. A boy describes the participants and events depicted on the trading card he was to receive. It makes related claims about the defendant's nature. Why are we having a trial run by children? Ezra is prompted to argue on behalf of his client. Mistaken identity. The judge invites the jury to examine the defendant more carefully. The defendant slyly rearranges his hair. The jury is sequestered a few feet away and returns with a verdict of not guilty. The groups of children reconfigure themselves and a new trial begins with the former defendant now as judge. Okay. Emma has to get a new horse now. Let's go backwards. Turn around at the whirlpool, right? Then we're back at the whirlpool? I'm like so lost right now. Clockwise to the anchor, counterclockwise to the whirlpool. And briefly clockwise. I've done that? Am I dumb? This be counterclockwise. To a whirlpool. Then briefly clockwise. Feels briefly clockwise. Oh, wait, that's for Rust Archives. How do I get to the Bureau? Hydrate? Okay. Hydration acquired. am on the 0 right now, though, aren't I? What's up? What's happening? How's it going, DeAndre? How you doing tonight? Pro, would you recommend this game for me to play? Game? What are you talking about? Am I playing a game? I thought I was playing a book. What are you talking about? Wait, what nonsense you spouting right now? What nonsense you spouting right now? Didn't she say something about the cathode ray? But it didn't put what she said into the thing, because that'd make it too easy. And make it too easy. Alright, Chloe. That time I started resting again today. Ah! Get all your rest. Would I recommend you to play this book? I recommend this thing to you? No. Although, you'll go faster, I guess. Because you'd be, not reading it all out loud with me, but still. Still no. Found the bureau! They're amazing. Still in Act 3, by the way. This act has lasted far longer. Act 2 ended at like 8, I think. This act's way longer than the previous ones. Here, you see that cat over there? Looks like she just washed up. Think she'd eat some bread? Nah, well, more for you then, Blue. Maybe we should leave a crust or two, but I should go for it. Nah. More for you, Blue. Cats don't eat bread, do they? Do cats eat bread? Okay, nobody's here. Oh, never mind. Lula! Gotta be the receptionist. Here you are. Marianne has the rest of the evening off, so I'm minding the desk. Any word on the address? The results just came in by courier. Good news. Donald and his assistants were able to sort through the noise. I had Rick cross-reference the results against some of our records. He found a corresponding mail stop on the Eka River route. As it happens, the night ferry is scheduled to make its stop here shortly. The ferryman carries the mail and collects the garbage as well. I'm sure you can catch a ride out that way. You're welcome to wait here. I have to get back to packing. Are you going somewhere? I might. I'm feeling impulsive, and I'd like to be ready. Maybe back to Mexico. It's been years. I still have one of my sculptures in a museum down there. Did you know? Big, ugly iron thing. Time to have it scrapped anyway. Safe travels. Try to stay out of the water. It's colder than it looks, and deep. You could walk a little faster, Shannon. Wait, I can't walk that way? I'm getting invisible walled. I guess I can't go revisit the bureau. Too bad. I really wanted to explore. Too bad. It'd be like Paradise Killer now. Is it a game? And not a book? If it is, it'll be 10 out of 10. How long do we have to wait? Oh, who knows? Alright, what happened? What? In the church, at the graveyard. You two came out of there all weird. What happened? It's okay. You can tell them. It doesn't matter anymore. Fine. So, we were in that graveyard. Hey, you can't just cut the black. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Maybe we're gonna play it out. I guess we are gonna play it out. If it has gameplay, it'll be amazing. It'll be 10 out of 10. I can play both parties now. Church floor is cold metal, scuffed and flexed by unknown boot heels. I don't know what I expected. Strangers, he kept saying. Kind of vague already, isn't it? Donald's a stranger. Hell, you and I are practically strangers. Listen, earlier in the mine, I didn't know what to talk about. I didn't want to talk about it, but... You don't have to talk about it. No, it's okay. I want to. When I saw Weaver, she was on TV. I was testing a pretty simple tube repair, flipping through channels to check the saturation, and she was just there. It was kind of horrible. I mean, I told you she disappeared. Suddenly. Ran away. But we thought... You thought she was dead. I still think she's dead, but okay. Yeah, I guess I don't like to say it. Dead. And then, the next time I flipped to channel 2, Weaver. It's burned in my vision now. She's standing in a room. The walls are a blank kind of gray. There's tape on the walls, like markings, and desks. A classroom, maybe? The camera's in the corner, so it's this sort of 45-degree angle into the room. And there's Weaver right there in the center, or right in the center of the picture. I stopped turning the dial. Hell, I think I stopped breathing. Eventually, she spoke, but there was no real sound, just this awful hum. I read the closed captions. She said to go to the mine. I'd find something there. I can't remember her exact words. Whenever I try, I get distracted, fuzzy. It's so dusty in here, right? Yeah, real dusty. You'd think, with all these holes in the ceiling, What the hell was that? Did you hear that? We should... Oh. Where the hell are we going? 32 times combo. Bonus from 33 enemies in a banana game. This displeases me. Why does it displease you? Oh, what the fuck's going on here? A skeleton is standing there. Wait, now the skeleton moves. I'm the skeleton now. Hi guys. Visitors, huh? The stranger activates the tape player slung on his shoulder. A crackly drawl echoes in the room. It is patient and sounds like it should be smiling. Doolittle. From like the museum or something? Oh wait, from the play. My regrets. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. We don't see a lot of foot traffic these days. I guess you're here about the job. I'm afraid we only have one opening at the moment. Horrible business. What's this job? Certainly. I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've only just met you, but I feel certain there's a place for you here. I'll just take you over to meet the dispatcher. Show you the trucks. Get you familiarized. We can converse as we go. What is this place? Well, it's not an old church. No, I guess not. But still, it all has a kind of reverence to it. What's that smell? Like bread. Baking bread? Didn't they kick the churchgoers out into that storage facility? Please follow me. What's this do? I have to ask you to step in here a moment. This is for your safety, and adjust your outfits just a bit. There's some protective headwear up on the wall back there. Please remove your shoes and eyeglasses. You don't wear glasses. So that won't be an issue. Now do us a favor and put on the headwear anyway. Just this way. Because it's a level where you can achieve a full mission combo. Hey, I've got hard hats now. I'm sure the place we are in will make a lot of sense. Yeah, that button just makes me pulse. It's supposed to take me to the truck, so what's over here? Wow, check this stuff out. It must be decades old, but it's in perfect condition. How do you think they keep it like that? Maintenance, old man. I bet it's someone's job around here. Probably hard to keep all the dust out. You know, underground. That's why I got into this business. To keep old stuff like this running. Seems like such a shame to let it just fall into ruin, you know? Like that computer back in the cave, Xanadu. Decades of engineering, thousands of years of mathematics and philosophy, all petrified into living stone. How could you just let that fall apart? Because 32 times of 33 isn't a full combo. That's true. That's one number below, sir. Our new arrivals this evening. Plenty to do. Got to relay the formula. What formula? Eh? Oh, the formula. Changed our lives. Once, years ago, we were as prisoners to the intricacies of our debts here. We'd have to account for everything on paper. Compounding interest by hand, reassessing amortization and leveraged asset distributions according to nightly merit decay. Then she stepped out of the dark caves to show us the light of the formula. She had a brilliant grasp of mathematics and the saint-like way of speaking right through the numbers. Now we just plug our daily numbers into the formula and run it all through the adding machine. We occasionally suffer some surplus drift, but she instructed us all in the necessary adjustments. Weaver did that, huh? You can't fool me with the she nonsense. It was devastating to see our revered mathematician go, but she was needed elsewhere. Her legacy abides. What job are they working? I don't know that it's been settled just yet. You see, sometimes we take on newcomers already in debt to the distillery. One of the foremen will find something for them to do, chip away at their sum until it's all settled. That's what I'm doing here, chipping away. That's what we're all doing. How can you be that in debt to a distillery? Is this really a distillery? Earl, huh? This is Earl. He used to be a beekeeper. Borrowed some used casks to store the hives, but the interest accrued more quickly than the honey. Now he works for us here in logistics. Rip. Here's the fleet. Ha ha! Oh, we just use these to get around internally. How big is this place? Oh, it's grown a great deal over the years. Incredible to think, really. When Mr. Bishop founded this operation, it was only about 1,800 square feet, and half of that or more was occupied by camouflage to keep the law out. Hiding on the back of an old church purifying spirits by handmade fire, a kettle and a dream. So, the trucks are just east a ways, in shipping. You can become acquainted with the dispatcher there. Give me a tap on the shoulder if you see something that catches your eye. Always happy to show off the facilities. Sublime machinery. Cool. I can drive. This is officially a game now. Holy shit, the steering is god-awful. Am I actually steering this? Oh, I'm not. Oh wait, am I? I don't think I can... Can I control this fucking thing or not? It was totally moving on its own without me touching anything there for a second. Oh my god, the steering is god fucking awful. I'm not convinced I'm in control at all, honestly. I don't think I'm in control at all here. I'm just wondering why is there's an arrow. Fuck this truck. I'm not fucking doing this bullshit. It's like, oh, am I not allowed? Oh, I have to drive it? I'm not allowed to freely walk around. There's invisible walls. Excuse me while I go die inside. This might just be the worst vehicle maneuvering I've ever experienced. It makes no logical sense. Why are you turning? I only have you going down. You should just go back in a straight line. Why are you turning? Holy goddamn. What are these arrows for anyway? Distillation, huh? Feel that draft of warmth like a summer breeze. This is the aging warehouse. It's heated artificially? 100%. Draws a lot of electricity to tame this cold, rocky cave, I'll tell you that. Of course, we only have half our aging stock in here at any given time. So I guess this is a distillery under a church. I don't know about you, but I think most distilleries operate above ground for some reason. What are they putting in this stuff? Is this illegal alcohol or some shit? Oh, what's going on? Most distilleries let their whiskey sit in casks through the cycle of seasons. In summer, the wood expands and the whiskey seeps in, picking up flavor. In winter, the wood contracts and squeezes the whiskey back out. Down here, there are no seasons. Each workday proceeds from the last in an unbroken chain of climate control. So, we make our own seasons. Each cask alternates in a weekly cycle between the cold ground upstairs and this heated warehouse. Wow. Fascinating. So I guess these are like before and after? I wonder what they keep the old casks around for. They smell nice for a little while, but it's pretty overpowering. No way around that smell. No way to clean them after the aging process. I mean, it's a one-way street. The casks look like fucking coffins to me. Why did the casks for putting your alcohol look like... Or why are they shaped like coffins? Wait, why wouldn't they just be barrels? This is mildly disturbing. I'm literally not allowed to just walk around. The game invisible walls me. I'm forcing them to go back to the vehicle. That's a BS. Don't let them catch you looking too closely here. Not within our purview. What's it for? Keeps us honest in the eyes of the state. Well, in the eyes of the management anyway. We keep pretty well out of view down here. Not much chance of being spotted by helicopter, hey? But if the law came knocking, we could say we were logging and securing our virgin spirits. We could say. Marvelous engineering, though, isn't it? Honestly, I have a creepy theory about why they're coffin-shaped. I don't know if you want to hear my creepy theory, but I'm going to tell you anyway. They use people. They like, when someone dies, they throw them in a coffin, right? But what if that coffin isn't buried underground? What if they use people to age their whiskey or whatever? I don't know what the technical term is. Ferment, maybe? Tasty people whiskey. I bet it tastes grand, right? That's my theory about why the used casks are coffin-shaped. So are the new ones, actually. You see them in the warehouse there. What's this? Oh, I'm not controlling this at all. Can I go or not? You're not really controlling the vehicle at all, honestly. So what it is you go a direction and then it automatically drives it. It's like you're driving a car that's on a rail. It's like you're driving a tram or something. You pick a direction and then it just does it. But it like backs up and turns and shit. It makes me think that I can't drive the car. But really what it is you just gotta push a direction and it'll just go that way. I hate it. Let me freely drive where I want. It feels like I'm tied to a track and I can't go where I want. I want to crash into things, okay? But it won't let me. This is where most of our staff ends up. What are they doing? Checking the, quality assurance. We used to bottle everything by hand, but these machines are marvelously effective. Made things a bit complicated for the workers. After all, the distillery can't just fire them. How then would they settle their accounts? But there's nowhere else to put them. They keep an eye on things here. Can't be paid as much just to watch, of course. Well, that's progress for you. Son of a bitch. This is Cliff, in bottling. Did you know? Well, how could you? Cliff was behind bars not long ago. He placed a desperate advertisement in a local newspaper seeking assistance on his bail. The distillery put up the money, and now he's working it off while his case hovers in bureaucratic limbo. How generous of you. I bet he's eternally grateful for your amazing, kind generosity, what a blah 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 blah. Surprisingly letting me go for, wow, well, it let me go way farther than I thought I was going to. How generous. Is there a skeleton? All the workers in this distillery are skeletons. You hadn't noticed, they're walking around. There's one with a clipboard, there's one watching the bottles. All the employees are skeletons. Now, what the skeletons symbolize, or if they're actually skeletons, who the fuck knows? Where are you going? A literal skeleton crew? Yeah! And here's the first moment you could really call it bourbon. The barrel dump. We cut it here with water from the middle of Lake Leith. I don't fucking know. Has to be right in the middle, at the deepest, coldest point. They dive with sealed jugs and only stop to fill them once they've reached total darkness. Pageantry? Ritual? Who can say? Tradition, maybe. And they burn they burn the totally not coffins. Here's the charring yard. Fenced pretty well, considering. This smell... This is why they call bourbon a comfort food. Those are empty, right? What? Oh, of course. We don't really exhume them anymore. We tapped that source years ago. Okay. We build every cask by hand, right here. It's tradition, but I like to think our application of hands and hammers to the oak gives our stuff a kind of life. Well, that's what I like to think. I know, right? They look like coffins? That's tradition, too, I suppose. And I'm sure it helps avert suspicion if a satellite catches us burying them upstairs. What? There's totally not people to fill them, huh? Okay. Up. Where are they? I'm trying to figure out if the white arrow is trying to get me to go somewhere. Walk away. Please, don't touch a thing. Very sensitive devices. We're not even allowed to run the formula through them. What do they do? Temperatures, pressures, wear, tear, acidity, supply levels, any and all attending numbers in need of crunching, and so on. Am I boring you yet? Are you simply dying of boredom? I myself could discuss this matter past sunrise. We're trying to fix this old computer in the caves. Of course, I'm boring you. Let's move on. I'm totally boring you. More of these old computers. Looks like about the same vintage as that stuff in the cave. How can you tell? Oh, I don't know this make or model, but you can tell. Check out these tubes. Nobody uses these anymore. I'm not sure where they'd even get replacements these days. It's rare stuff. Hey, is this like antiquing with Lysette for you? I probably sound kind of ridiculous, waxing on about vacuum tubes and oscilloscopes, or how we pronounce that. It's good to have a passion. Yeah, I guess it is. Someday you'll have to tell me what yours is. Oof. Hopefully it's not drinking. Excuse me. I figured I'd be in chapter 4 by now, but nope. This game is just endlessly long. It never ends. It just keeps meandering around, doing who knows what. I have no idea which direction I'm supposed to go here. Shipping. This is the trucks, right? I'm good, right? Here it is. Now, I have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks? I drove deliveries for an antique shop up until this last rung. Ah ha! Precious cargo. You'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt now. It's only... after what happened with Miguel this evening. What happened with Miguel this evening? Well, the dust is still clearing, of course. Perhaps he closed his eyes a moment, or simply hit a curve too devilish. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company, and slow to anger. But if we're speaking confidentially... well, with all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed across the interstate, and a few casks too, we're all just thankful he had no... next of kin. Oof. I mean, we did see a car accident on the road. I guess that was Miguel. Rest in peace, Miguel. These guys didn't give a fuck about you. They're only mad about the wasted product. Fuck them. So, let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. You said it yourself, it's bloated. Yep. I'm not sure I needed a tour of the distillery, but that's what I got. Doodle starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. A deep, monotonous hum drones from the dashboard speaker. Bah. 10:20 on that load. Come back. Radio voice number 1. Up in the Hummingbird Cave. 1012. City Kitty. City Kitty. Doolittle into radio, huh? This is a good time, dispatch. We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10-9, come again? Introduce yourself. Hello? I'll dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. I'm not really here for a job. That's true. I'm not. I knew it. I knew they'd cut me off. 99, wheel holder. Gotta pay the water bill. Ah, so. I'm certain they'll call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, eh? Let's not. Why am I looking at the parts of the truck? Why? Control the wipers with this knob here. I think I know how to do fucking windshield wipers. The little fiddles with the controls. They seem to have a decent torque to them, eh? Can't say how they'd fare in an ice storm, but we must never delay a shipment. Better to assume the risk. Always clear skies down here. So I hear, but most of our product is delivered by surface roads, which I hear feel rain quite often, particularly in the spring months. So I hear. I'm sure the wipers are fine. Of course. What else then? Headlights look fine to me. Headlights work fine, see? Do little fiddles with the controls. That's important. Most of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daylight, and dusk can be treacherously misleading with all the indirect light. The magic hour, eh? Drivers sleep in the day, then? Sure, those that sleep. Miguel pulled extra day shifts when he could. Sometimes he'd help me, you know? Sometimes over in bottling. So you think that might have contributed to his, dying and crashing, and you feel no remorse? You fucking psychopath. He shouldn't have been out driving at dusk. Weird shadows, soft light. Dangerous. Headlights look, pretty okay. That they do. Moving on. Wow, let's look at the amazing tires. Let's check the tread. Oh, sure. I know you'll want to look. Kick the tires. That's the thing we do, isn't it? As though our knees could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road. We're more likely to hurt ourselves. Isn't it the way? Eh? Sure, they're big machines, but they can be fragile. Absolutely. A truck deserves care and fearful respect. Like a glass elephant. Miguel was a good driver, but he didn't have that quality of deference. Or deference, or whatever. What kind of a man was Miguel? As I always say of him, he was good company. Many of us have found ourselves in his position, arrogantly grasping at personal sovereignty when our lives had become unmanageable. There's no shame in it, only condolence. Now, what else can we show you? Back, I guess. Looks like it's just about ready to go out. We have some good, strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Bit hard on the knees and back at our age, eh? Of course you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job. And some drivers like the extra shift stacking and loading here. Did Miguel load his own trucks? He did. It was a jealously guarded task for him. If I didn't know the man better, hear me now, I'd say if I didn't know the man better, I may have suspected he was skimming off the top. Sounds like a lot of work around here. What's this mean anyway? Conway woke up on baled hay. Everything was too bright. His head hurt. The usual. I said and Ira argued loudly just outside the open barn door. She wanted Ira to take him inside and shower, have some coffee, get to the job. Ira said there wasn't time. Conway was in no condition. It was an important job. They couldn't put it off. Ira said to let the deadbeat sleep it off and then send him packing. He said Charlie could do the job. Conway stepped out of the barn, shielding his eyes. He tried to say something reassuring, but just sort of stumbled around it. Lisette looked away. Ira just spat and went inside to wake Charlie. Damn. Ira was a stubborn man, so Charlie went along, and Conway drifted out again, and he didn't hear about the accident until months later. Oh, what's next? So the second dialogue was him drifted out daydreaming or something. Thinking about the good old days, right? That didn't seem like a very good old day, though. The truck's radio crackles back to life. And you check for a bolt tire in the US of A. You're supposed to get yourself a penny and check it with the tires. And if it's like what? Above the head or something, you got your tire too worn out and it's time to replace it. I think I read recently that they've changed which coin you're supposed to use, though, but I don't know. You can tell I check my tread tires a lot. My tire tread. I definitely check it a lot. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. I think you're supposed to use a quarter now, maybe? I'm not sure why it would matter, but... Driver, come back. Ah, there's dispatch. Now, tell them about your experience. Tell them the truck's in good shape. Tell them you'll start in the morning. I really can't. Yeah, we've got to finish this delivery in a few... 10:33, dispatch. Got 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. 10:04. Back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Come back, Lem. 10:04. Come back, wheel holder. Conway remains silent. Dispatch is addressing you. He's here, dispatch. I knew it. It was a false choice. Either I agreed or Doolittle did it for me. False choice. Got your ears on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So, I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal the deal, eh? And I've got one more thing to show you. And all this happened while Ezra was just looking at some gravestones. Didn't find a lizard. And all this shit happened in the 2 minutes it was when I was the other group. I have my doubts. You can use a coin there too. Should check your tires. Don't want your stopping distance becoming too great. What? What if I want to practice my drifting skills though? It'd be fun. Let's head back upstairs, eh? I have one more thing to show you. Sure you do. Wait, we only came here looking for some answers about this stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. That black mold, it's drawn to whiskey. It feeds on ethanol fumes, you see? As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angels share. It goes through the vents here and out into the caves. If we can scrape up that mold, we can usually apply some pressure and cold to it. Squeeze and condense the angels share back into drinkable whiskey. Wait, so the whiskey's literally mold? Ew. Every drop counts when you're making a living on the stuff. So we'd go down and scrape it off his equipment, just like any other place it grows. He kept sending his people here to drive us away. Paranoid. Truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula, so we don't need to go collecting mold. Since we stopped going down there, I'm sure the mold's gotten pretty thick. Try cleaning off the timing crystal. That'll get you going. I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs? That's a slow walk. What happened to my super fast walk? Well, I go slow so I fall asleep. Invisible wall? Oh man, are you telling me I went the wrong way? Or I gotta... Ooh, I can go upstairs more. Slowly. Pretty sure the dev made him slow to torture me. If you don't mind. I have a big question, Dobie. Why did you spell tires with a Y? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? We took off our headwear. I'll go back up here. Adding machine. Here it is. A beauty, wouldn't you say? It's an antique, you know. What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual, to calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. I usually do so at the beginning of my shift, so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you'll do well here, sir. Happy to have you. Congratulations. You're hired. Wait, we can't. It's customary here to start each day with a shift drink. Let's make it special. Mark the occasion. This is the top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't. Down the hatch. Vina Memoriae, whatever mores. Oh, this is where he had his alcohol. Oh, I don't have any option except to drink. Wait, Junebug and Ezra are right there. Are they actually there, or is it just them watching me? Huh. The option to pick it disappeared after a bit, and he did it anyway. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. He's not working for you. We have to get back to this. He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working. Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. I have to make this, I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid that leaves us with a delicate problem. As I indicated, this is the top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. If it's not your first shift drink, well, and there's the matter of this tour just now. My time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep by my back of the envelope estimations. Well, we have that in common, I suppose. All of us. He's just making up debt. Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to work this off somehow. It's just the way of it. What's happening right now? You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs. Of course, the interest begins to compound immediately and, well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow then. Ooh, we're fucked, aren't we? Milk! Because tired is what you do when you work out. So, I guess I start in the morning. I guess. I'm confused. It's just the way these things go, kid. Huh. Well, that still gives us a few hours to roam, right? Where's that ferry? I guess, yeah, you guess you would tire yourself out if you were exercising. Huh. A boat with a woolly mammoth? Alright. Seems normal. Yes, like working out tires me out. True. True. End of Act 3. We made it to the end of Act 3, but we're still not done because there's always an epilogue. And the epilogue for Act 2 took almost 40 minutes at a stupid fucking bar, where they did half sentences. Act 3 achievement unlock, complete Act 3. Oh boy, let's go do the epilogue or interlude or whatever the fuck it is. Here and there along the echo. Let's go. It's a phone. Oh. Wow, my ghost hand. Huh. I guess I'm gonna do the number that's here. It's garbage music out of my ear. Ooh, you can hear it on each side.
You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Cool. So what?
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. The Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary. I am environmentally minded, and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy like, small water creature, crab or frog, now you know that sleep is all around us, like a muggy, tranquil fog. Something like that. It's easier to come up with these songs when I'm hungry in a sort of transcendental fasting state, but I've actually just had breakfast.
This guy's voice is putting me to sleep.
Is also owed to the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, who unselfishly and unknowingly donates this here telephone line for the purpose of this here informational resource. You can always find the latest secret tourism literature in any of our unmarked kiosks or any other old place it happens to lay. That's all I have to say about that. Hey, do me a favor. When you get a chance, call us back at extension 1928. You can press 0 now to go back to the main menu. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo,
I think I already forgot the extension.
press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4.
That sounds cool.
Options again. So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake? If you're involved in an exchange of some kind, press 1. If holding the snake is part of your spiritual practice, press 2. If you don't remember why you're holding the snake, press 3. Okay. What's the last thing you remember? Please describe your memory in as much detail as you are able, paying particular attention to any smells and sounds you may recall. Were you breathing through your mouth or your nose? What did the air taste like? And so on. Feel free to call again with extension 1618 and tell us the whole story. All right. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this here snake situation. What you're going for is a kind of gestural conversation. Don't worry. I'll lead you two through it.
I've already forgotten both extensions.
Name and look her right in the eyes and say her name. I'm going to go with Delia for the purpose of demonstration, but you pick a suitable name. Try to follow along with me here to the best of your ability. Delia, take it easy now. What if all of this is just a reflection of a reflection? Now hold the silence while she processes that metaphysical curveball. Okay, what's Delia up to now?
What does this have to do with anything?
Staring right back at you, press 1. If she's wriggling around, press 2. And if she's just kind of limp, press 3. Yikes! Okay, slowly, lean in like you're gonna kiss her. You really gotta make an impression here. I mean, it is crucial. Maintain eye contact to the best of your ability. When your face is just an inch from Delia's, let out a slow, gentle sigh. Let your breath, that frosty snake blood, you know, gently. All right, where are we at? If the snake is breathing heavily, press 1. If she's curled around your forearm, press 2. If her tongue is extended, press 3. You just point your tongue right back at her. If hers moves left, yours moves right, and so on. Maintain eye contact so she knows you're not making fun of her. There you go. Delia should be in a kind of a calm, thoughtful state now, so you can move on. So, put that snake in some grass or something. Let Delia be free, like a snake should. And go ahead and wash your hands if you care to. I would. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. To hear these... Well, if you're dialed into this here informational resource, then you're a certain kind of beachcombing, bat-calling sightseer. So let's take a driftwood inventory. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. For food and drink recommendations, press 5. To return to the main menu, press 6. To hear these options again, press 0.
Get into the madness and kill everything. Shut the fuck up.
Secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark.
I want to kill the guy on the phone right now. Is that what's the point of this?
We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions.
I'm just fucking with my model now. I'm sticking my hand in front now. I was having fun.
Reflections, press 2.
Oh, if I do it again.
To something that we don't remember what it is, press 3.
I was not even listening, honestly. Let's do 3. I legit just zoned out and did not hear anything he said in the last 40 seconds.
Looks like it was a lot of work to put together. I wonder if it was a happy occasion, something we were celebrating and didn't want to let go of, or
eat my cat.
It was something so horrible that we
You gotta pay for that one.
Forget it.
No!
Accidentally do it again.
How dare you! Even suggest such a thing.
Didn't think we'd need one.
Proudful tease.
For a diver's guide
You're
to
okay,
underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2.
What am I listening to right now?
Restless places.
Ruffle that pops.
For
this?
cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2. For a list of the places where people can't sleep, press 3. People can't sleep in the wet grass or on the bridges of New Königsberg. They can't sleep anywhere near Lake Lethe because it's too large. Nobody can sleep with their toes in the river because it's too cold. People can't sleep where I sleep because I'm all knees.
Y'all can cover, Jado.
Anyway, there isn't enough room for both of us. I'm not sure if anyone can sleep on the
Why am I
deck of
listening
the
to this
Lucky Mountain,
nonsense?
but I'm certain they can't sleep on the trash barge.
Hello?
If you have anything to add, please call us back with extension 7360. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For the cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2.
You were supposed to get an extension with mine, wasn't I?
Places where people can't. For the cluttered
0 just resets my options. It doesn't
press 1.
fucking get down there.
Flooding place, press.
Fuck you. So, where to? I feel kind of overwhelmed now, you know? Too many options. Well, I don't care, whatever. That's exactly how I feel right now. I have no fucking clue what any of that bullshit was, and I don't care. Let's just drive around. Sounds about right. We should lose the map and just navigate by CB chatter. Cool. Ready to go? Yeah, let's go. Get the fuck out of here. Here and there along the echo. Amazing. What was that? I don't know. Makes about as much sense as anything else. That's the woolly mammoth. Oh wait, it kind of looks like a regular elephant. No wait, it looks fuzzy. Oh, it's a machine. Manual 5.4 context backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Well, this is not at all helpful. Who the fuck's Will, by the way? I don't know who this fucker is. You're at your limit, Agent! Oh no! Better watch yourself. You're at your limit. Table of contents. Oh my fucking god. Delicious traded order, paraphrase, plaster type gestures, final notes, blah blah blah. That'll do, book. He throws the manual in the river. Must be missing a page or something. Maybe I ought to read it back to front. Fuck you, no. My savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? Oh, this is the ferry, okay. He's probably the ferry driver or something. What do you call a boat driver? Is this still a driver, sailor, or whatever? I try to stay clear of high voltage these days. I don't at all blame you, especially down here on the water. I mean, sure it's dangerous, but this is where she lives. And what brings you down to the Echo tonight? I always end up here, eventually. The river is like that. It always has been. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. I hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah. Have you been there? The Zero? Oh, no, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird highways. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life. More or less alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years. But I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people. And some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. Their flawless victory for Hyperborean space stoners. Is that the devs who made this game? The Mucky Mammoth? Let's talk to this lady we've never met before.
How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know, hard on the eyes. It still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close them in public. Your eyes, I mean. People will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. So, Babelite cap, definitely what? Boiled leech and maybe wolf tooth? Just kidding. Caterpillar fungus, licorice, ginger, and dried spring agaricus. What?
What are all those for?
Eye strain. Babelite cap masks the taste of the rest of it. Ginger in particular has an eccentric flavor profile. It's mushroom-based. I'm a big believer in the fungal pharmacy.
Oh yeah, they got a cute dog.
Is that your dog? Yeah, that's Valkyrie. I call her Val. She's a rescue. Isn't she dignified? I've always thought so. Very dignified. I hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to do a tour and view everything, aren't we?
There are some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually. Unusual, I mean. Weird. Watch out that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I could take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. You'll get the picture. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here. Just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something. Whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road.
Eyes on the river? More like? Not really on the road. Oh, she's going inside. I guess we're going over to Will then. We got no choice. Symbol M in McDonald's represents the first letter McDonald's, which is M.
What? No way. No way.
That is astounding information, good sir. Singing quietly. For we are mold and whiskey fed and... Oh! What gears?
What gears?
Probably. Who knows? First thing I tried, anyway. Down here by this little blue box. I took all the gears out and dried each one by hand, and then I loaded them back in again. Then that took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend, you know how it is. Don't you?
How do you two know each other?
So, ever walked through rolling farmland?
Just drove, I guess.
Right. Nobody does it, unless it's their land to farm. I mean, they'll walk from barn to tractor or tractor to truck, you know? Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences, and I walked barefoot with the seeds when they were just planted, and tilled the earth with my toes. That sounds very old style, man. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal gripping toes. It doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud Tozola at the university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls, or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. I left my shoes there, at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground then. It doesn't anymore, but I prefer subterranean waters anyway. Kate brings me along and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river stories and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Well, I'll just keep drawing gears, I guess. Yeah, you fucking do that. Isn't this the guy who was playing the organ in the bureau? Ezra runs up to Shannon.
Whoa, slow down. It's slippery up on deck. You have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fun. Well...
Shannon searches her pockets.
Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit.
And before they're all weird sizes and none of them work.
Thank you. Aw, so cute.
Wow, those are lots of interesting emotes.
Whoa.
Wait, I'm the kid now? Okay. You got your batteries, small man. Go get you some tape. Okay.
There's Blue, just chilling.
I wanted to talk to Blue, but I guess I can't. So all I can do is go inside. And before they make me look at everything in the fucking... Oh, that's a cute cat. Everything in the fucking boat. They're gonna take me on a tour and describe what the glasses are for, and what the wheels are for, and what the radiator there is for. Johnny to Junebug, what? Really?
You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Cyrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. It got really cosmic.
Right, at the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara.
Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight.
That was fast. Got the batteries? Let's see... Perfect. This one will do. So, you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean.
Are you playing a concert tonight? I could record that. Yeah. Clara here came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. It's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville, and then Atlanta, and then over to the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it. And Johnny was moved.
Speaking of Cyrano, it's his night at the rum colony. Kate said she usually stops off there.
Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. Whoop!
Rip. I don't think she's waiting for you anymore. If you were supposed to meet somebody 3 hours ago, they're gone, man. Nobody's waiting 3 hours. 3 hours goes fast at the rum colony, ma'am. I bet she's still there.
What? I doubt it.
If she's still there, she got the patience of a saint.
I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. No, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual.
Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say.
I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out.
Okay, cat.
Aww.
Uh-oh. His arm. What happened? Why is his arm skeletized now? He's turning into one of the skeleton workers, right? Oh, cute. I thought that was a great cat. You were fooled, bamboozled. You were fooled because you're playing Pedro. A good use of your time. I approve. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. So what's he drinking? You think he's drinking booze?
For sure.
Maybe. It's homey in that cabin, though. And warm. It's just that thing about... What was it? When you walk through a door? When you go into the kitchen for something, and as soon as you pass from one room to another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember, like you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that brain crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Conway cranes his neck over the railing. You were driving for hours. Get any sleep?
You found a beer.
There's a bunch. Captain said it was flotsam. Anyway, there's a sign by the cooler. Take what you need and leave the rest. Shannon leans over the railing and looks at the river below.
It does look cold, doesn't it?
Yeah, better keep that kid away from the edge. A person could easily fall in. He's been exploring.
He seems to keep himself entertained.
It's good for him. It's important to know how to be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question.
I thought you didn't drink.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, and then I didn't, and then I did again. That's how it always goes. I drift out, finally wind up back at Lisette's with my head between my legs, saying never again. 15 months this last time. I think I hung on because I knew there wouldn't for much longer be anywhere to go back to. She went to live with her sister now, and she probably won't remember me for long anyway. One time she picked me up out of a ditch by the road, blackout drunk at dawn. I came around later that night. She'd taken care of me. I told her I didn't deserve it, and she said I didn't have to deserve it.
She sounds like a saint. We should all have someone like that.
Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew her when she was younger. That girl was wild. I guess she's got her own problems now. I wish I could help out. Hey, maybe I could make some money and send it to her sister? Maybe they'll keep me on at the distillery. I mean, oh, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. I've got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you've got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. Dude, the debt was made up on the spot. Dude said, hey, you spent my time. That's premium price. Hey, you drank that one glass that I offered you. That's premium price. You're in debt now.
You're not actually in debt.
It's a verbal agreement. It's not written down on fucking paper. Tell them to go fuck themselves. You ain't signed jack shit. You haven't taken on no fucking debt. He seems to have resigned himself to his fate. It's like,
Stop it.
someone smack this man. Maybe dunk him in the river for a bit. Whoa. It's good use of my time. There's only one thing I'd rather spend my time on more. Pruffle not bop.
Oh, that's petting your cute, adorable kitty cats.
I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. She said, "You have an uncanny way of having been in the place at the time the thing happened there. And that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway." Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though I know just about every story on this river. Most of them I picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now, I know what you're gonna ask, so I'm gonna answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of existence. Or experience, not existence. Why did I say existence? I saw the EX and I think my brain autofilled the rest of it. My brain does that sometimes. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that big owl migration pass through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft. Or, anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, when I was working on the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the silo of Late Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I'd often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time. A young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. Good for you. I doubt it's the same gas station from the beginning of the game, since that seemed to be on land. Ezra stayed on the tugboat and looked around the map room. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny to the gas station. Let's look around the map room, I guess. Yeah, we're still on the stupid boat. Oh, wait, I mean ferry. Ferry's a type of boat, so it's the same thing. Look out! Ezra watches the lake drift by. He sees 7 small mining helmets tethered together with black rope, a floating gas station, a rock covered with crabs, a small island covered with turtles.
What a relief. Thanks for taking the wheel. Our secret, okay?
How do you know which way to turn?
I just keep my eyes open. That's the most important part. Speaking of which,
Looking outside.
oh hey, there's the gas station. I was hoping we'd cross paths soon. It just kind of drifts around. You never know where you'll meet it. As you can see by this dial right here, our fuel situation is pretty desperate. I have a bad habit of letting that needle spend a lot of time in the red zone. We should only be docked at the gas station for a few minutes refueling. We might just want to stay aboard. So, you like boats?
Yeah, my dad had a boat for a while.
Oh, what kind of boat?
A small boat with a motor. You could fish on it at the pay lake.
Ah, I see. So this one's a little bigger. Same idea, though. So what else did I neglect to explain earlier? This area here is called the wheelhouse. All these gauges and controls help me understand what's going on with the Mucky Mammoth and her hull. This is a compass, but it doesn't work very well down here. For some reason. I just go by landmarks, basically, and lights. Did you see those 2 lights on the sides of the boat? A red one and a green one? All the other boats have them too. Some are different colors or in different configurations. If we cross paths with someone, right away, I can work out what kind of boat they're in and what direction they're going, even in the dark. That's pretty clever, having them different colors so you can tell which way they're facing.
That's too smart for me.
It's all about looking up here. The other half of piloting this boat happens down in the map room. Speaking of which, Kate peers out the window. Have we passed the big rock that looks like a dinosaur yet? Did we pass a little island ducks? Did we pass a
Christmas lights. We passed a cliff with words painted on it. Ducks, I guess.
No, but we passed a little island with a bunch of ducks on it. Oh yeah, Duck Island. It's named after a nasty old hermit called Edgar Duck who put a claim on it many years ago and tried to build a house there. I heard he didn't have a bed or kitchen, but used all his material on a big fence. He used to blast an air horn if anyone drifted too close. He eventually died, but the name stuck, and at some point the ducks moved in. Maybe people dropped them off there. I don't know. That's weird. We should have definitely passed Dinosaur Rock by now.
Kate looks out the window.
Oh wait, there it is, up ahead, see? That doesn't look like a dinosaur. No? Well, maybe you're right. It's wore down a bit since it was first discovered. It's strange, though. According to my charts, we should have passed Dinosaur Rock before Duck Island. But that's okay. Sometimes the charts need updating. Hey, Will is down in the map room right now. Could you run down and help him adjust the charts to move Duck Island so it comes a little earlier on our route than Dinosaur Rock? The map room is down below deck, on the lower level, right next to the sleeping quarters. I'll get on the intercom and let him know you're coming.
Okay. Not a cat.
You sure? Hello, that's a sapper emo.
That sounds boring. I'm going. On the main deck. That sounds just like a... That's boring. Hey, you new alcoholic. How you doing? Returning alcoholic? Hey. What's up?
You look like you're about to fall asleep.
No, I don't think I could ever sleep on a river. You're right, though. It's been a long day. I should maybe find some coffee to go with all this beer. Or just move up to the real stuff. Doesn't weigh you down as much, you know? Nah, of course you don't. Hey, what am I talking about? Who knows?
Okay, bye.
See you later, loser. Are sure, please, you know, below that. Oh, okay. I definitely know that.
Look at them adorable Kita Katos.
Salutations, small man. Kate says you have an adjustment for our charts. Good timing. I'm just checking my copies. That's how we keep our charts up to date, as we pass through a section of the river on the lake. I draw a new copy of the map and make adjustments for anything we see that doesn't match. Will points to a small drawing on the map. So, this is where we have Dinosaur Rock marked now. This little dinosaur drawing. I drew that.
What kind of dinosaur is it?
Oh, you know, just a dinosaur. Will points to another small drawing on the map. And this here is where we thought Duck Island was, but now I guess we've got to move it back a bit. But how far, I wonder? Any ideas? Anything else you remember about when you saw Duck Island?
I saw the clock. We passed Duck Island 6 minutes before Dinosaur Rock.
See, I'm very precise. That'll do just fine. So, let's see. At our current speed, that would give us a distance of... oh, about 1/8 of a mile, let's say. Will measures along the charted lake with a divider. Somewhere around here. Good enough, eh? That should do it for the new copy. Oh, I made some other corrections. Tucked in the banks a little. Made this section deeper and left off a shipwreck that must have washed away or been scavenged into splinters. Of course, it means a lot of clutter, all these old copies. Say, Will gestures to a pile of old maps. I was just about to throw this stack out. Maybe you'd like to hang on to one? They're out of date, but they could be fun to look at. These are mostly river charts, I think. Take a look through and see if one of them catches your eye. Sure, Ezra digs through the pile of maps. Faded old map, crisp clean map, rough torn map. Here, turn it around, like, there you go. There's no real idea of north down here, magnetic or otherwise, so we just hold the maps with the current pointing down. The river curves clockwise around a few small islands. A note is scribbled along the margin. Note, islands just below the surface only visible under bright light. They will come and go. The islands, that is. I still mark them if I see them. This is a crisp, clean map. That one I found wrapped in plastic, quite well preserved. I wrapped it up like that so the chalk wouldn't smear. Must have lost my pencil that day. I don't remember. The river curves clockwise. There are no islands marked, but a few other landmarks are indicated with chalk circles. I like how Ezra's just endlessly walking. Like how an NPC's walking against a wall for forever. He's just endlessly walking. Pointing to a chalk circle. That one was Duck Island, I'm pretty sure. Edges of the map are torn in gentle strips, probably by an idle hand and an absent mind. Oh yeah, I remember that day. Slow currents, boring. Not that I mind. It's healthy to get a little bored sometimes. The long tier runs in a clockwise curve along the paper, through the middle of the river. Not tier, tear, you dummy. The two sides are held together by paper clips, woven into the paper like stitches. I mean, the torn one's got the charm, right?
This one.
Nice. Well, thanks for your help with the chart adjustments. Our next stop is a bar called the Rum Colony. I guess you're not much of a barfly, but you might like to run around on the beach. And the decor is... well, I'd be curious to hear what you think of it. Okay. That gas station isn't anchored to anything. It follows the current. We might run into it anywhere along the river. Kate just starts looking for it when she's low on fuel, and the echo provides. It's not usually on the lake, though. That was strange. Kate likes to wait until the very last minute to refuel. Yeah, she's a thrill seeker, and you'd never guess it. She seems so centered, doesn't she? And I've always thought so. Maybe that's why she enjoys rocking the boat a little. She knows she can stay upright through a little bad weather, so she can just relax and enjoy the chaos. Well, I admire her confidence. But there was plenty of chaos to go around that night already, with that ugly storm upstairs, though we didn't know the extent of the flood damage yet at that point. Anyway, my mechanical musician friends went ashore for a bit too, looking for some snack foods. Kate doesn't stock anything aboard the Mucky Mammoth that doesn't grow wild, and that's not to everyone's taste, or maybe just to stretch their limbs and charge their batteries. I came back looking kind of confused, though. I don't mean confused like... not like when somebody asks you a question and you don't know the answer, but you feel like you should, and you get that kind of alarmed blankness in your mind's eye. Not like that. They looked confused, like when you see two kinds of motor oil and they cost the same, and you've never heard of either of them, and you read all the text on both packages, but all that new information just makes the choice seem even more impossible. You might be inclined to flip a coin, but how could you with something that important? Naturally, I assumed they met the gas station attendant, a man as anonymous and itinerant as the place itself. I assume he talked their ear off. Everyone on this river does. But I know that fellow well enough to know he wouldn't want us reminiscing on him now. So they came back aboard, Mammoth refueled, and we ambled on toward the Rum Colony. Wow, amazing. Shannon retreated to the tea room and browsed the Mammoth's video collection. Shannon followed the travel short drive to the beach. Sidebar. Fuck your stuff. I'm gonna stay on the boat the whole time. Let's stay on the boat the whole time. Fuck your trips. You yawning? Me? Long day at work? I mean... Sure, but...
There's not a whole lot of mental stimulation going on to keep me engaged and awake. How is there?
No monsters to slay. What would I be doing tonight? No platforming to fail at. I try to get all my friends. The shelves are full of dusty tapes. Some have been relabeled several times. The stickers piling up thick on their spines. Let's watch birds. That sounds nice. Naturey. I see a hermit crab under the boat. Go watch the birds. I'm gonna fall asleep to the nature documentary. Blue-black morning swings across the screen. A birdwatcher tramps through dewy grass. He stops with a wet grunt and rests the camera on a pile of rocks. Birds from great distances, episode 12, appears briefly on screen. He twists the lens by hand, pushing the frame past trees, onto the road, and coming to a halt zoomed in on a fuzzy, fist-sized artifact resting on the momentary stroke of a telephone wire. Shannon and the birdwatcher observe. He breathes heavily, and she holds her breath, like she's afraid he might hear, afraid of distracting him or of being discovered and contaminating his perfect isolation. Traffic picks up, indifferent. As the sky lightens, the black smudge in the center of the frame gradually becomes more prominent, but never in any greater detail. Lurk. Enjoy your lurkin', agent. Lurk away. You like me when I'm bored? I'm more entertaining. Fuck yeah! Shannon combs through the video archive. What's this question mark? Question mark? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
Maybe it's porn. That would certainly make this game more entertaining.
That awful hum. It seems to start before Shannon even hits play. Then there's the familiar room. There are the blank gray walls marked with tape, the school desks, and this time she notices a few more details. The murky carpet like standing water, some video equipment stashed in the corner, a row of lockers. And there's Weaver, looking serenely at the camera. As before, she starts speaking, and, as before, there's no sound but that hum. Shannon finds the Weaver's words coming back to her as they appear in captions on the screen.
Mail, school, and these magnificent tragic horses. Go underground, as deep as you can go. The air is cool and the earth is damp. And when you close your eyes, you are surrounded by the dead. Remember where that is? You'll find your way from there. I think this place is what you're looking for. Some of it will wash away soon, but I think you'll be happy here, even without the mail, school.
The text repeats for a few minutes, and Shannon stops the tape. Let's see what the funeral thing is. An elderly couple sit on folding chairs in the middle of a TV studio, undecorated except for a funeral lily and a thin blue vase on the table. The lights are a bit too dim to make out their features. She reads from a newspaper with unhurried efficiency. Gloria B. of Munfordville passed away on Monday at her residence. Survivors include her children, Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and Bobby. All of Munfordville. So why would you name your kids Dakota, Montana, Minnesota? Why would you name 3 of your kids after states? Or the same names as states. And then the 4th one's just Bobby. What's wrong with you? Should have named him New York or something. A memorial service will be held at 7 p.m. Thursday at Hatton Huffman Funeral Home in Munfordville, with cremation to follow. She never knew Gloria. He thinks he may have heard the name, wondering aloud if she ever worked at a cafe down there in Munfordville. The woman who ran that place was once called Gloria, or maybe still is. They take a call, someone who knew Gloria B., if not very well. The caller once installed a satellite dish at Gloria's house, a 900-square-foot ranch-style home on 2 acres at a dead end, backed by weeds and pine. When the caller mounted the ladder up to Gloria's roof, she slid open her window and tugged urgently at his pant leg. He followed her gaze behind the house to 2 wild turkeys picking through the weeds. Gloria and the caller watched, silent and still, as the huge birds foraged obliviously into the trees. Then she installed the satellite dish. Sad. Maybe she named Dakota after the plane? Maybe. Not South Dakota or North Dakota? Oh, the Dakotas, huh? But how do you explain Montana and Minnesota? Art thing? I'm gonna be here for the next 3 hours, aren't I? There's probably like 50 tapes. At first, she thinks the video might be paused, but on closer inspection, she can see the edges of the frame shrinking inwards around the chairs, desk, and the loose gray furniture of a sterile watching room, or waiting room. She watches for a while. She's not sure for how long, several minutes. The zoom tightens so gradually she sometimes forgets it's happening at all, and finally rests on an oscillating desk fan. She ejects the tape before the next part of the triptych begins, or whatever that word is. Okay. What's that? Misunderstanding at the registry place? I guess so. Yeah, I didn't say to leave yet, did I? I want to check the weather. Mother asked if they had a mini soda, and they thought she was naming her daughter Mini Soda. Oh, Mini Soda becomes Minnesota. I see. That makes complete sense. Totally. The on-screen title identifies this program as The History of Weather Volume 3, Drought. Over footage of a dry riverbed, the program's narrator explains the differences between modern drought and ancient drought. The narrator proposes that modern drought may hardly be considered weather at all, since its severity and behavior are so influenced by human activity. Boring! That's exactly goddamn right. Although, how many things are there? Trivia thing? We're doomed. We will be here for the next 12 hours. The words tip of your tongue and a phone number are occasionally superimposed on the screen. A few dozen people sit in bleachers, shouting out ideas, loosely moderated by a short woman with a microphone and laser pointer. One caller is trying to remember the name of an old friend she hasn't seen in years. It starts with a consonant. It's full of consonants, actually. There are maybe 1 or 2 vowels. It sounds long, but she doesn't remember having had any trouble spelling it at any point. The friend had brown hair? That's probably not helpful. Another caller is trying to remember a verb that means to make oneself vulnerable. Something like to expose oneself, but not quite that. To become emotionally, spiritually vulnerable, like with a lover or a poem. A third caller just knows that there was something that he was supposed to do tonight. He offers some biographical background, a narrative of his day. He's unemployed, has no real hobbies, and has already eaten. Few ideas from the bleachers.
Lordy!
What about Montana, though? What were they asking to get Montana? Oh shit, are we actually running out of tapes? More birds?
That last one sounds like you.
Why were you calling these people, Dobie? Did you just want to be on the trivia show? It's raining heavily as the title, Birds from Great Distances, episode 27, flashes on screen. She knows by the sound, the volley of rainwater on mud, tree branches, the rusted bed of an old pickup, and on the birdwatcher's own skin and hair. He swears under his breath. She can hear the rain there, too, in his wet breath and the wet exclamation of his palm, slopping the water from his forehead and shoulders. The camera's pointed at a cedar shed with one hinged door angling erratically in the storm. From this distance, it's hard to tell if it's been damaged or simply left open. When the door swings wide, she can see that the shed is full of small boards, scraps, maybe, or rough-cut pieces meant for very small projects and then stacked carelessly on shelves, in piles, quickly sorted and then forgotten. And there's the bird, a blue ball taking shelter on the shed floor, nested in scrap wood. Is you're boring? What? Have you not seen this book game, Dolby? You could never be boring. Especially not compared to this. That said, what's wrong with being boring? There's nothing wrong with that. It looks like Will, though much younger, reclined on a sofa and taking calls. His arm, draped over the back of the couch, holds a bottle of something clear. People call in with stories of their encounters with the supernatural. Will offers little commentary or response. He acknowledges them. Sometimes he interrupts to clarify or repeat something back to them. Mostly he just listens and pulls from that clear glass bottle. A handmade banner strung across above the couch reads, "I believe you." Will? I'm more interested in the hermit crabs that are crawling beneath the screen. Or beneath the main room.
Oh my fucking god.
Let's see if this is a different bird's one or the same one from before. Montana. They were excitedly and therefore rapidly telling the register above the newborn baby's ecstatic grandmother.
My mama's so excited. Her name is Auntie Montana.
Oh, that's right. That's totally it. The video is black. Shannon only knows it's playing because of the cicadas. And then Birds from Great Distances, episode 81. The screen isn't totally dark, of course. It's what she thinks of as video black. A deep mottled blue, noisy with magnetic decay and the cottony limits of the camera sensors. It's the black she sees before she goes to sleep. The night black. The eyes shut against streetlights black. She has more words for it than she expected. She wonders what words the birdwatcher uses for it. She wonders where he is, relative to the camera, or where the bird is, for that matter.
Enough!
You see, there's a perfectly logical reason for everything. They thought Mom T. Hannah was the baby's name, Montana. I figured you were going to say something like, they were big fans of the show Hannah Montana. Oh my god, am I actually getting toward the end shopping? This game and me are in tune. If you say so. I don't personally believe you, though. You could never make me fall asleep so quickly. This game is... A woman sits at a card table with a lamp, notepad, and a beige multi-line telephone. A scrolling marquee reads,
Swap, shop, buy, sell, trade, or want to buy, call the broker.
and then a phone number, repeating without pause. Eddie has fresh eggs to trade for a basil plant. A dozen eggs for one plant, which is a steal. Eddie's eggs are good eggs. Sadie has a bag of fine shells. No reasonable offer will be refused. Christopher is looking for a scrub plane in decent shape. It doesn't have to be too nice, just something to get a tabletop near to flat from some oak that's been air drying in a barn for 20, maybe 30 years. And while it's true he could get the job done without it, since he's got a nice heavy jack plane his grandfather used to use, he'd just as soon not fuss with grinding a camber onto it. And anyway, he has a little extra capital from a swap earlier in the week and wouldn't mind putting it down on a decent scrub plane before the cash burns a hole through his pocket. Carla is looking to trade typing services for calligraphy services, or vice versa. The broker takes notes and switches lines, but never speaks, drunk on the hum of commerce. Fun. Are you kidding me?
How was that tape fun? Are you crazy, lady?
That tape was Craigslist. Come on now.
Oh my god! That's all the tapes! Fuck yeah!
She steps away from the tapes and wipes the dust from her hands. Fuck yeah. We've watched every goddamn tape, and I can't believe that didn't get me an achievement. Stingy bastards. Did that show exist when this is set? When is this set? I don't think they ever established a year. Hey, Elden Ring. Oh, don't tempt me. I have to play through this game, you know. This game is leaving Game Pass on the 15th. I gotta give it its due. I'm an achievement hunter. Therefore, I'm a masochist. That's why I'm still playing. Because I'm a
Goddamn masochist!
I love pain and suffering, clearly.
Hate to will on. No, it was only a few notes. Slow and sad. Like funeral music, you know.
I don't remember it being sad. Just simple and unburdened. Maybe that's what funeral music sounds like to me. Unburdened. Oh, hello. Kate and I were just trying to remember the Mammoth song. But neither of us have heard it for years. We'll just... Oh, wait.
But neither of us have heard it for years. We'll just found the mechanism.
The mammoth's belly, hidden in gritty, matted fur. Ha! It's like a big music box, a slowly spinning cylinder covered in metal pins that pluck her dulcet guts and pump the bellows in her bowels. Sounds like poetry. But some of the pins are rusted and worn away. Easy to replace if we can ever remember what the notes were.
Did I hear you browsing the archive next door? Find anything good? Where did all those videos come from?
People just left them on board. Passengers, I mean. They used to all be movies and that kind of stuff. I like nature documentaries especially. Some people left home movies or little art videos they'd made. But that damned VCR devours anything you leave in it. It just switches into record mode at random, I think, and picks up whatever's coming in over the antenna. Of course, the only station we get down here is that WEVP. Community television, you know. They've got that show with the gentleman playing banjo in his birthday suit. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh, yes. And if there's no tape in the machine when it tries to start recording, it makes this awful sound. Like putting a squeaky toy in a food processor. I can hear it above deck. Awful. That's why I put the sign up. Please do not rewind after watching. At least that way nothing gets taped over anymore. What happens if you want to rewatch something? How do you rewind it?
You were in one of the videos. I believe you, it said. Where was that taped? You had a TV show? I never knew.
No, I don't believe I ever have. The title sounds familiar, but more like it's something I heard about, like secondhand information. Oh, it was his twin brother, huh?
They let anybody on there. That's the whole idea. Community television, or public access, they call it.
I would say it's possible that I did the show you saw and then forgot. Wouldn't be the first time. The studio. No, I can't say that I remember where WEVP is. Sorry.
You should meet Dashiell.
I was trying to read that as Danielle at first, but
Dashiell? What the fuck name is that?
he did a lot of volunteer work for WEVP in the early days. Wiring up antennas and relays, stuff like that. I think you two would have a lot to talk about. He works at the telephone exchange. Can we not have a lot to talk about, please? No, I'm afraid he's been let go.
Oh yeah? That's odd. He still takes the ferry to work every day.
I'm sure he's at the telephone exchange right now, in fact. I dropped him there a few hours ago.
Maybe he got a new job.
We're stopping at the telephone exchange again shortly to deliver their mail and pick up their trash. You should go ashore when we do. Ask for Dashell. Fuck. Funny you didn't play Far Changing Times because you thought it'd be boring. Now look at you. Well, I didn't play Far Changing Tabs because it didn't look interesting and I only had one more moment left. I wanted to use it for Halo 3 ODST. I rarely miss a chance to lounge on the beach around the rum colony, and I do enjoy a drink, though I don't find their signature liquor suits me. But this time I elected to stay aboard and shoot the breeze with Kate over some mineral water. Still, I heard reports. I heard the old man went a little deeper in his cups. Not at all surprising. He seems to have some momentum, and Patch mixes up some pretty magnetic drinks.
Stupid idiot, Conway.
Now look at me, profile not Bob. I know, right? Aren't I amazing? Oh, if we're talking about the rum colony, I should tell you about Patch. He's the bartender, general manager, creative director. I guess that means he books the music. He's pretty much the run of the place, he's pretty much run the place for the last 7 years. A lot of folks assume he owns it, but that is not the case. The rum colony is owned by a dead man named Vernon. Technically, it would be owned by the power company, who once bought a sizable interest from Vernon as part of a state-sponsored investment program. But a clause in that arrangement requires them to keep their hands off the day-to-day and most of the profits, so long as Vernon walks this earth. The upshot of all this is that nobody came forth to identify the body. So he's not officially legally dead or something? Patch is a good guy, though. Kind, trustworthy, and he mixes a strong Mai Tai, if that's your thing. Valkyrie and Blue lounged before deck. Eric, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by telephone. I'm gonna stay on the boat. I'm gonna stay on the fucking boat the whole time. Let's see what the dogs are up to. Let's see what the goddamn dogs are up to. Awesome things, I presume. Woof, woof, woof. That's how I communicate, right? Wait, that's it. Damn, they didn't have me do anything. Why can't the whole game be like that? Why those two gentle beasts kept things under control aboard the Mucky Mammoth. I went ashore with the rest of the crew to make use of a public telephone. I called into my answering machine, which I routinely neglect for intervals of months, to chip away at the pile. Kate checked in on a client of hers. She's a birth doula, in addition to being a tugboat captain. Did you know that? She's a what? Clara talked to her sister and Lucy. Illness in the family, I gather. Anyway, the evening hit a low point not much later on, so let's take a quiet moment here to listen to the river and reflect on the unburdened sleep of dogs. Imagine this will be your first moment of the month, unless you somehow fail, which, now that I think about it, you could, given maintenance. What? Nah, I would never fail. I have 8 days. There's a taught us a card game. Shannon urges the old man to stop to makes quick cash. First option is stay on the boat, right? Ezra's taught us a card game. Let's do it. Let's do it. Unfortunately, that means there's dialogue to read. Because it's not the dogs. But, oh well. Clara draws a card.
3 deep breaths, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours.
Kate draws a card.
7 blue petals, 3 deep breaths, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours.
What are we listening to?
Oh, just this tape a friend of mine sent me. They live in the desert. Vesinks? Something like that? Sounds good on the Mammoth's PA. Yeah, that's the only way I listen to anything lately. Your turn, buddy.
Not tune, turn. Ezra draws a card. I don't fucking know. Let's pick the second one, I guess.
9 gray feathers, 7 blue petals, 3 white doves, 8 deep breaths, 5 slow hours. Oh no, it was 7, 3, 8.
Aw, you're beating at your own game, haha.
I'm just glad it didn't come to my turn again. You took a bullet there, my friend.
It's a hard game. That's why I like it.
And we're only how many cards in now?
5 or something?
I assume it will go to 52.
Yeah, it's the whole deck. So, in some cases, there may be a stalemate. Though not with this crowd, I don't think. We're all too soggy-brained. I know I am. I even take homemade supplements for it. Shade-grown lichen boiled. I'm trying to say broiled. Boiled with the peel of a lemon, then frozen and crushed with oak leaves. It's a scalp massage oil. You can smell it if I get close. It dries the brain out a bit, which is helpful for a good memory, if I can remember to use it often enough in the first place.
Dries the brain out? What goddamn nonsense am I hearing right now?
Oh, don't worry. The soggy brain has its benefits too. If your brain is soft and damp, new ideas can make a clear impression, like a boot in wet sand. But, like wet sand, it can easily get muddied and washed away. So there's a trade-off, see? It's a shame we can't have it both ways, isn't it?
What's this game called, Ezra?
I keep trying to say Urza. I'm name dyslexic, apparently. Ezra
Forgetting game?
I thought he was saying they forgot right at that point, but no, that's what it's called. Hey, that was faster than I thought it'd be. Kate likes to give her passengers the opportunity to make some floating around money, and that lab pays cash in small envelopes upon completion of their little gauntlet of non-invasive tests. It's a project of the university. I think they're studying... I don't remember. The Mammoth also collects their trash, mostly shredded paper, though Kate says once they've left half a vending machine on the dock. But nobody seems too interested in the lab stop that night. They stayed aboard and played a card game. I read a book. Let me tell you about it. Small town, Pacific Northwest, an office building. That sounds so boring. A castle! That's gotta be exciting. There's a dragon to slay, right? It takes place in a castle. It's some historic landmark being maintained by a bunch of college kids and aging social misfits. The main characters work in the gift shop. They're co-workers, Mimi and Jen. Mimi is older than Jen, but they seem to be at the same point in their lives. They like their work. They have a playfully antagonistic relationship with their boss. I actually only read a bit from the middle.
Not a kid
kitty cat.
Jen reminisces about a cat she'd lost track of. It's a sweet and uncomplicated passage. Human affection for animals is a good model for pure compassion. In my life's work as the Echo River's premier anecdotalist, I've always found that a carefully excerpted moment is more powerful than any epic history. That's my excuse, anyway, for reading books from the inside out. So I stopped there. My eyelids were getting heavy. We were headed back to the lake and a chance encounter with the Iron Pariah.
Ooh. We're a little tugboat, choo-choo.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why you crying, Dolby? Why you cry?
Took a nap or helped Kate forage for mushrooms.
No, I'm staying on the goddamn boat.
Staying on this goddamn forsaken boat. It's the last thing I do.
Wait, why are you crying, Agent?
Why are you triple crying?
What's going on now? Why are there so many tears?
I wasn't aware that moment was very beautiful and moving.
Hey, just a quick one here. I'm going ashore to do some mushroom hunting. This little island is my favorite spot, and I figured we're already running late. What's one more unscheduled stop? I just need to find Will and get him up here to keep an eye on things. You know, I bet he's asleep. Could you run down and wake him up for me? Bunks are down on the lower level, right next to the map room. Thanks.
Damn, didn't even wait for my answer. Just fucking told me to do this and leave. Why are you say this? Wait, what? Why wouldn't I say that? I see 3 Bobble Thump emotes. I was like, why are you crying? I was just curious, you know.
Wait, why another Bible thump? What did I do? What did I say?
So that's good enough. Can I climb down here or do I have to go in there? I guess I have to go in there. Let's record the sound of someone sleeping. That's not creepy at all. Recorded lecture plays from a tape machine next to Will's bunk. Oh, okay. And even hinted that he had in mind a design for this device, as recorded in the diary and sundry observations. Reading, huh? Why should personalities in another existence or sphere waste their time working a little triangular piece of wood over a board with certain lettering on it? The whole business seems so childish to me. If we are to make any real progress in psychic investigation, we must do it with scientific apparatus. Again, for Edison, a technical solution to every problem. He goes on to suggest the parameters of the apparatus and... Yes? A question in the back? James? Indistinguishable. Yes, this idea of personalities lingering after death does appear to be in conflict with Edison's theories about what he called life units, the subatomic entities that animate matter and then scatter to other configurations when a person passes on. But, given Edison's emphasis on memory and cognition, remember, we're talking about the inventor of the phonograph, and his colorful description of the swarm of interchangeable drone-like, Edison even used the word proletarian, life units animating the human mind. His theory naturally posits that any individual life unit possesses on its own some fragment of memory. So, according to Edison, when life units recombine from, say, a soldier into, say, a flower, we may be able, using some apparatus, to coax out from the flower memories of war. That sounds like absolute bullshit. The tape stops. Will wakes up. Well, hello, small man. You caught me in my pre-dawn nap. I try to sleep in little nibbles when I can. It maximizes my time in the threshold states.
What were you listening to?
Ruffle-naba!
Wait, why you cry?
That's a little kid cry.
Little kid cry.
Little kid cry. Silence, child. Wahahaha.
Well, I used to work at a university, and I'd always eavesdrop on lectures through the ventilation system. What the fuck? Anything and everything. I'm a polymath by nature. An old friend recently found this box of tape-recorded lectures next to the dumpster there, and passed them on in the spirit of fondly recalling better days. This one is... Will looks at the label on the tape. History of the Philosophy of Death. Yikes. I play these old taped lectures during my little nibble naps to absorb the information more easily. It's pretty effective. I wish I could do everything half asleep. Can't say I learned very much just now, though. I may have been too busy dreaming. A vivid, narcotic fantasia aboard the... But those are always the quickest to dissipate. I'd better tell you about it now, before the spell is broken. Will takes a deep breath. Deep breath. Focusing on the task of recalling his dream.
What's with all the face palming? I can't believe you. Can't believe you. Can't believe you.
Oh, rip OBS.
Rest in peace. Oh, gosh.
Oh, rip, there goes the interwebs, it would appear.
What do I do now? I think now I just chill for a bit.
Alright. I'm gonna take a snack break and see if the internet comes back by then. Woo-hoo-hoo. Fear not, we still have recordings. We are good.
BRB. I'm not back, am I?
We have returned from our internet outage. I still believe we have. It's all green now.
All green now.
Got myself a snack. I wasn't supposed to see that, huh? Though, well, I'm supposed to see that message.
Too bad I saw that message you posted.
How's the game? It's a book. It's not a game, it's a book. That's my personal opinion. And as a book, it's kind of all over the place. It's not a straight to the point kind of game. It's a meander all over the place kind of game. Visual novel. Visual novels usually have a point A to point B straight path, though. This one's like, okay, we're looking for this, but in the meantime, we're gonna check out this and this and this and this and this and this for no discernible reason. It bloats itself by adding a whole bunch of things that at least I don't think are necessary. I don't think we needed a bunch of extra scenes with people just talking about random shit or whatever. I don't know. In my personal opinion, if something's in a story, it needs to have a point, you know. If something's referenced or whatever, it needs to come back later. I was saying earlier that if somebody wrote this game as a book and like submitted it to a publisher, it'd get rejected for being too wordy. There's so much stuff that, at least in my opinion, is unnecessary. What's the point of the story? What's the goal? To go find the address so we can deliver that package. Well, why the heck did we take a tour of a distillery instead? We were just trying to get point A to point B. We got letter all over the place. All kinds of stuff. The end of Act 2 is a bunch of people that we've never seen before. A bunch of brand new characters. Talking about the things that had nothing to do with Conway. And Conway's the main character. Had nothing to do with him. Like one character was bitching about her husband. It was kind of weird because I think she wanted him to cheat on her so that she would be justified in leaving him, which is kind of like, what? But it's like, I haven't seen that lady since that point. She hasn't come back in the story yet. And another lady was like cutting off her parents because they were just drunkards and not paying their bill or whatever, or they were what do they call it, mooching off of her, so she was cutting them off. And cool, but what does that have to do with the main story? Nothing that I've seen so far. I doubt it might come back later in the game. And I sat there for 40 minutes listening to this BS that has nothing to do with the main characters. 40 minutes. And to make that part worse, the text boxes pop up in half-sentence fragments. So they would be like, it would be like, well, I don't know. 3 seconds, pause. Next box pops up. What I'm going to do about that? And they just did that for 40 minutes. It's like, oh my god, why? Why wouldn't you have the entire sentences pop up in one box? And just keep the box up a little longer for people to read. Why chop up sentences into half parts that pop up every like 3 to 5 seconds or whatever? That made it such a pain to read. It's like, what design decision was that? Why am I willing to put myself through this? Cause I'm an achievement hunter or a trophy hunter. I'm a masochist too. I want to get all the achievements. Sometimes that means suffering. So my personal opinion is it's a book. It's not a game. And it's like a meandering book. It's not, it doesn't have all the bullshit cut out and condensed down like a proper book would be. It's like somebody just writing a book and then like self-publishing it on Amazon or something and not getting an editor or anything. That's what it is. And I'm still curious to see where it goes. But you were asking me for my opinion on, like, is it a good game or whatever. It's like, well, it's not really a game in my opinion. Yeah. It's a book with pictures. There's barely any gameplay at all. There's just like moving yourself around. And chapter 1 was the best part because they actually had you do stuff. They had you go find a 20-sided die that someone had lost. They had you go into that creepy mine with the ghosts or whatever. And it had that part where you're going through on the tram. or minecart or whatever it's called. And if you turned off your flashlight, you would see like silhouettes in the background, like ghosts or whatever. That part was cool. That's probably the best part of the game. But after chapter 1, what happened? They just dropped the ball. All the creepy, is this place haunted by ghost vibes just went poof. They're just gone. And then it just turned into this monologuing whatever. Right now we're on a ferry going to supposedly actually going to the destination that we were going to try to get to in the beginning of the game. Supposedly. Visual novel? Nah, it's worse than a visual novel, do you know? A visual novel's usually condensed down to actually cut out extra bullshit, usually anyway. Not all visual novels. Usually visual novels have like different routes, and each route is different with a different person or whatever. I don't know what this game's doing. I want to know what the devs were smoking. Anyway. My internet was dead for like the last 20 minutes. So I waited right here, and it came back. I got myself a snack while I was waiting, actually. Anyway, Ryder, what's up? What's happening? How's it going? Suffer for a shiny achievement is what I do best. A shiny achievement's a fancy square that says I accomplished something. I prefer PlayStation Platinums, actually. Platinum trophies. But achievements are cool, too. This game's not that long, supposedly, though. It's probably going to take me maybe 15 hours tops. How long has it been so far? I did 5 hours last time. We're almost at 5 hours this time. And we're in chapter 4. I know there's 5 chapters. So, we're getting there. I'll probably finish this game next stream. Going to bed, Gina? You can do more roleplay? Alright. You have a good sleep. Take care of yourself. Get your rest. Have I been followed by a lot of accounts made last month? I have no idea. I don't check the the creation date of accounts that follow my channel. Why the heck would I do that? That's the thing people do. People actually like check up the people who follow them. I'm an old lady. I don't do shit like that. If someone follows me, I'm like, yeah, awesome. I don't investigate them. I don't investigate the people who follow me, sorry. I'm just like, yeah, cool. I don't get out my magnifying glass and go like, were you just made recently? I don't do that part. Really hate bots? Well, I don't really care about bots. I presume Twitch will get rid of them. So I don't care. I can chill until Twitch bans them. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, I was reading this box when my internet died. Ba 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 ba. Will's gonna recall his dream or something. Will takes a deep breath, focusing on the task of recalling his dream. I already read like this whole text box. I was small, not a child. An animal, maybe. I patrolled the corridors of a great iron ship, searching for scraps and mice, I think? And crying. Always. A weak and mournful mew. Were you a cat? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. You're definitely a cat, right? Other crewmen slumped in odd corners or lay drunk on the deck. The hall smelled of shame, defeat, and rot-gut corn whiskey. They dumped artillery into the water, tore their flags into cloth scraps, and made handkerchiefs to bury their sobbing faces. Why can't you have a happier dream, man? They drifted on Lake, Lethe, I guess, Lethe? I'll fucking know. Drinking the cold black water and eating eyeless fish, raw. I just ate food, man, shut up. When they at last ran out of cooking fuel, they seemed in their despair to forget even language. After an interval of years, the ship crossed a threshold into absolute silence. Silence, except for my hopeless, whimpering cry. Anyway, that's all I remember.
Sorry you had a bad dream.
Oh, no, not bad. Unsettling, puzzling. But thanks for your concern, Doc. Well, I've got a stew to start. You may want to hurry back above deck. I believe we're about to pass the bat sanctuary. It's quite a thing to see. Okay, cool. Bat sanctuary. Bring it. Kate came back from her mushroom hunting excursion with a small basket full of oddly colored caps and stems. No doubt delicious to a morsel. Of course, she intended to use many of them in her medical practice, to ease the pain, nausea, and anxiety of pregnant women. But I can usually rely on my charms to snare a bite or two. That's right, a bite or two. I have no preferences when it comes to mushrooms, by which I mean that I treat them all interchangeably. I prefer not to know their names or qualities before I cook them up and eat them. It's useless, after all. They escape your erudition, as the fella says. What if you eat a poisonous one, man? Be like, whoops, my bad. That's a good mushroom hunting island, I guess. It's plenty damp and they've got the cypress trees there to grow on. Of course, they're not indigenous. The cypress trees, I mean. Everyone down here seems to agree that they were planted as some kind of a marker or memorial. And most people will tell you they've got a distant relation or acquaintance who helped dig a hole or water a seedling. But nobody remembers what it was all for, and nobody left a plaque or anything. It's a shame. Looks like it must have been a lot of work. Well, at least we have the trees. Those trees look like they're half underwater, man. And the mushrooms! Shannon helped me fix up a mushroom stew in the kitchen. Shannon and her friends set out in the dinghy? I don't know how you pronounce that. To deliver a package at the telephone exchange. Like I said, we're staying on the boat the whole time. I'm not leaving this fucking boat. I'm not leaving this boat. I'm not leaving this boat. Had a few of these really big caps with the slimy gills. I shouldn't say slimy. Moist. A lady in the video called for portobello, but I prefer never to know a mushroom by name. Why not?
So is this a breakfast stew?
It will be, but not today. The stew is for tomorrow. It has to simmer all day. Some things are just better done slowly. Slow cooking. We've added the anonymous mushrooms, so next we... I've got the recipe video on pause next door. I used to follow a recipe I learned from Ida herself. The best cook you're gonna meet on this river. Of course, it had a few secret ingredients. She has the good sense to preserve some mystery around her cooking. Better for business. Ida is so shrewd. She swore me not only to secrecy, but to ignorance. I had to promise to forget the recipe just as soon as I'd cooked it. Let me tell you, it's not so easy to forget something on purpose, as you may think, my friend. Not so easy. Actually, I just thought of something. I might actually have to leave the boat just to do the, I'm supposed to go to the Ida's place to do the Tuesday only achievements. I might have to leave the boat for that, but other than that, I'm not leaving the boat. And he can just record a bunch of various sounds for some reason. Fascinating. I think they applied that better done slow thing to this story. Will the Fett cares about his love of mushrooms?
Nobody cares.
I'm probably one of like 2 people in the whole world who are actually reading through the story. I'm pretty sure most people by this point were just like B B B B B A B B B B A B B B B B, just like I don't care. Just get me to the part where they get to the where they're supposed to go.
Crushed tomatoes, salsa, or even a little ketchup. Here's the thing, nobody has to know. Throw in some more of that spice blend we threw together earlier, stir all that up and crack a beer, baby. You'll be here for a while. What did she just say to do? Will's trying to make this stew right now. What was the last step he did? He put a couple mushrooms in. Then I think he forgot what he was doing for a little while. Maybe I can help him figure it out. I got kind of sucked into this program.
I was like mixing that one around. Let's record the program. And even that wasn't enough to convince her. So I trained rigorously in the art of forgetting, studying for months under a master amnesiac. Finally, I learned to forget so quickly and accurately that I was able to convince Ida to share with me the most obscure secrets of her kitchen. As a demonstration of my trustworthiness, I forgot the names of my own parents, right there in front of her. Every time I wanted to cook this legendary stew, I'd call Ida up on the telephone and ask her for a quick, temporary reminder. Here on the boat, we haven't got a phone line, so I have to seek out culinary wisdom on videotapes of cooking shows. Why would you want to deliberately learn how to forget stuff? So back to the matter at hand. Next week.
Add some crushed tomatoes.
Oh, it's you. I thought... Never mind. Hello. I don't have any crushed tomatoes. I have some ketchup.
Hey there, could I ask you... Wait, why are you cooking? We're stopping at Sam and Ida's in 20 minutes.
It's for tomorrow.
Oh, well, just don't forget about it this time. I'm not scrubbing up any more boiled over sludge. Sorry, listen, I have a favor to ask. There's a package for the telephone exchange and I can't get the mammoth back there. Could you deliver it for us? That guy I mentioned from the TV station, Dashiell Morse, works there now. Thought you might like to chat with him anyway. Thanks a lot. I've got the Dingy all ready to go. Maybe take your friend with you? One of you can man the outboard motor and the other can aim the flashlight. It's dark.
That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible.
That sounds terrible.
Echo River Central Exchange. I like how they forced me off the boat to do this part.
I wanted to stay on the boat and they forced me off.
Thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, noise and lights disturb the bats. So you'll pass through the bat sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for cool bat facts. Plenty of time.
Oh my god, there's gonna be like 12 plaques to read, aren't there?
Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or, excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name of the power company when the power company took over.
The new name sucks. Why would they change it?
Anyway, it's just on the other side of the bat sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Salmonida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the bat sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye.
Bye and fuck you.
Let's try flight so we crash.
I'm not looking at the... I'm not steering the boat, by the way. It's steering itself. Sign, huh? We claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers' and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water.
Aww.
Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water, too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us. So let this here be the marker for their grave. This could be the ghosts I saw in the cave in Chapter 1. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen.
Ooh.
Conway, huh? Hey, Elkhorn. That's the mine we met in. Where your folks, worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry?
Sure, angry. Mainly just hurt.
Yeah, everybody's got their own way, I guess. This probably stirs up... I mean, how do you... God, this area people should remember this happened. He's back some anger for me too, so the other miners made this, but it should have been the power company. It's their fault.
It's fine. I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened.
Well, here we are, remembering. And I didn't even know it the first time around, but here I am remembering it now. That's a fine memorial, I guess. Maybe. I guess this thing doesn't suck.
Nah.
I'm surprised he managed to pull himself away from the booze long enough to come on this boat with us. Oh, looky, fellow skeleton bros. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Are you feeling okay?
Oh, sure. It doesn't hurt anymore. My leg. It's just kind of numb, like it's not there. My shoulder, too, actually. That's an old one, though, from an accident. I'm lucky I just had some nerve damage there. It probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to meet me earlier they could... one of them said to me earlier that it could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan. Consolidated?
Hey, if we find her, maybe Weaver could get you out of this thing with the distillery? She has some experience with them.
Oh, sure, could be. Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out.
Even this delivery?
Yeah. We're almost there, right? Hell, at this point, I bet we could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll into 5 Dogwood Drive by itself. Listen, That old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira, Lisette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much. But somehow Liz got it into her mind that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did. Or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. A creepy skeleton thing floated in the back there.
They're trying to jump scare me.
Anyway, they got their trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it.
That's very generous, but I don't need a truck.
You could drive it around while you figure out what's next. Hell, you could sleep in it if you need to. It's big enough. Well, just think about it anyway. You'd be doing me a favor, you know. One less thing to deal with. Sure, bro.
Sure, bruh.
Visitors to the Echo River Nomadic Brown Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white nose syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. The nomadic brown bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. I'm dead. Should I turn off my light and crash into a tree? Yeah, I stop moving if I turn off my light. Bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high-frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just millionths of a second, bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything. So bats keep clicking away, even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug.
Sometimes it's hard to know with people, too.
Oh, yeah, like, how about this weather? I guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you just need to get the other person talking so you can check their body language, or hear what their voice sounds like. Find out if they're friendly, or angry, or drunk.
Batch. Please no give me rabies, okay?
Another bat fact, huh? The nomadic brown bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects, and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hyperallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little gray nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the nomadic brown bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predators found another food source. Not so! We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the nomadic brown bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of Lake Lethe, or whatever the fuck. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work.
I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that.
Maybe it's better they don't know. Like bat plumbing. I mean, I never think about where it goes. Do you? I mean, it doesn't bother me. The bats don't give a shit. It's free food either way, you know?
Right. It is reassuring to know someone's taking care of everything for these little bats.
Yeah. Who's gonna build the people hibernaculum? Maybe we'll build it ourselves. Maybe we already did. Like the folks in the mine. You said they used to buy stuff. Fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered, but human. I just mean, all people need is enough to pretend we're home, and we can make it anywhere. Ha 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 ha, this one's a little bit sassy here.
You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles. Like, which is more musical? A truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Huh. Count your blessings. What? I should stop and let the bats calm down. Damn, it's really dark down here. Are you still there?
I'm gonna touch his shoulder in the dark and scare him.
Oh, there you are. I hope that's you. I was just thinking about my dad. I guess because we were talking about your folks a minute ago. To be honest with you, I don't think about him that often. Your cousin brought him up earlier, and he's just been on my mind. It's good your folks have a memorial. A lot of people, nobody remembers them when they're gone.
Ooh!
That burn.
What are you profile staring? You mean, like you?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not the kind of guy you build a memorial for. Well, the bats have calmed down somewhat. Why are the trees patterned now? Better hang on a minute. It feels like there's one kind of hovering right over me. They don't really hover, though, do they? I mean, how could they? I guess a lightning bug will hover by beating its wings really fast. Maybe they can do that, too. I used to watch lightning bugs in the evening, out at the edge of the woods. Lizette's kid Charlie, he loved them, you know. He ended up going to college and studying astronomy. And I like to think he got his love for stars from those night watching bugs.
Aww.
Anyway, me and Charlie, sometimes we'd try to see one of them up close. You lay in the grass and you have to be totally still for a while. Like one of those wax sculptures. Don't even breathe, like this. Now, I can't see your example, dude. It's dark. Oh, you can't see me. I was doing the watching lightning bugs in the grass face.
Feels like we're talking on the phone or something.
Hey, who were you talking to earlier? When we met in the mine, you were on the phone with someone. I forgot about that. I don't know who it was.
Just a friend.
We hereby dub the friend Mark.
Mark!
And it's not because I don't know how to pronounce the other name, right?
He has kids now, so we don't talk as much. I was just venting on the phone about my landlord situation.
Totally.
He didn't really have time for it. Busy doing other things. I actually hate talking on the phone.
Yeah, I try not to use it. I like to see someone's hands when they talk. Most people never learn how to lie with their hands. So anything you see there, you can pretty much take for the truth. We got any more amazing bat facts? That sign looks like it's got some amazing bat facts for me. Let's read it. White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly, and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the nomadic brown bat be two more lost species, wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time. So the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River Nomadic Brown Bat Hibernaculum and Sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. Cute. Lisette's sick. I mean, she's old. We're both old. Hell, you're about the youngest person I know right now. Oh, and the kid. Maybe blue by a people calendar. In dog years, though, I bet she has us all beat. So I'm old too. Sure, and I forget stuff all the time. Especially if I had a few and my brain is swimming. But I mean, Liz, it's all going away. She's losing words you'd never think you'd lose. Not just like the street she grew up on, but the names of colors and types of furniture. Or I mean, even the word furniture. She'd say, we've still got a few nice pieces in the, what's that I call the shed? Where we put the bigger pieces, the beds and couches and I'd say, "Oh, Liz, why do you keep teasing me about that time I fell asleep in the furniture shed? When it's so damned comfortable in there." I tried to help her keep some dignity, you know? That's all I had to offer at the end. She has a sister in Nashville who will take good care of her. Now that I'm not around the shop all the time. What was that old guy's name? He used to make deliveries for the shop. He smells like leather. Ira was always yelling at him. Too drunk to work on the one day he could have been in the right place the right time.
You feel pretty badly about that accident. Do you think she blames you?
No, but it's awful to say, but sometimes I kind of wish she would. That way, at least she could eventually forgive me. You know what I mean, right?
I'm sure she'd forgive you.
Okay. I think the bats are clearing out. Change the topic.
We changed the topic.
He's like,
Don't you dare try to comfort me. Let me wallow in my self-guilt. Ba, 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 ba. We're leaving the Bat Sanctuary.
wow, I'm so sad about that. I'll miss this place. Do you think we'll have a section where we travel back through the Bat Sanctuary a second time just to read the signs again? I have to make sure I don't have any stragglers, right? Still a couple flying around, but fuck them. It's their fault. I think the term was hitchhikers.
Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic.
That's romantic.
I think I'm more classical myself. That sounds like the same thing to me. Okay, bye.
Damn, she told me to fuck off. Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs.
You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone.
I'll just be floating along down here. I just mean keep your eyes open and don't look back. Oh, there is Dashiell. Softly, huh? Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise.
If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie those floating pins to the ground. Or to ground.
That's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Dashiell Morse, pleased to meet you. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack?
So you do still work here? On the tugboat. They weren't totally sure.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm here just about every night. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid, for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true. They had bats then, too, but they were considered a nuisance.
What did you come here for as a kid?
I usually came here with my grandmother. We took the train out to the town she lived in, or in the other direction back to my parents' home. In my memories, it was always cold. Winter, I guess. Sometimes now I walk along the tunnel, run my hand along these wet stone walls, and close my eyes, ringing footsteps in the drip, drip, drip of the grimy stalactites. Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I miss that, actually. They were easier to climb. I bet. Have branches. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks.
WEVP is the TV station, right? Kate says you're the only one who can tell me where it is.
Oh, maybe they should print some maps. It's not really supposed to be a secret, but it's not common knowledge either. That must be why they're always short-staffed. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything. Just ask around. I guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you.
Turn off the light!
Is this the fluffy cat?
I don't think I'm very fluffy. What's up? What's happening? How's it going, Frap? How you doing tonight?
A plaque reads, Abel and Eloise, the lovers' couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft. But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets, and deliver them to other people nearby, to delight or embarrassment. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these poems, or through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation. And that's where we left them.
Cool. There is Poppy. Good, you?
I'm doing pretty well. We're playing through our book game.
Just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does that parcel claim to be from? Consolidated Power Company, I guess. Oh dear, I'm afraid to open it. So who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only ask because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? Yeah, I just met Dashiell. He's been working on that obsolete ringer, hasn't he? Poor Dashiell. You know, he's not really... He was let go a while back. A long while, actually. When they started restructuring, he was one of the first to go. But he talked them into letting him come back every day and fiddle with some interminable projects. He says it's to keep a long gap from growing his resume. But I think he just has nothing better to do. One of those old men who needs to work, you know? Doesn't know how to be any other way. Well, there are no real jobs here, but there are fake jobs, I guess. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Marie, Louise, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. How the fuck do you remember all those names? I can't remember names for shit. How dare you have this superpower? Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller. But he had it coming. And I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13. And that was as many operators as we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in. Like it was nothing. Nothing. And they started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Kara, and Louise left one Friday evening and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell and hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in my break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days.
She just loves to gossip.
Sounded pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. So, where was I? It was just Loretta, Angie, and you. They were the smart ones. It's how they held on so long. They went into voice work, recording canned phrases for IVR systems and robocall polling. I could never do that. So, after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened. Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. Are you lonely? Sure. This place feels different when it's empty. Cold to the touch. And, you know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration. A touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching. Even on the phone. That's an electric touch. An intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble.
I'm touching you all right now, 'cause you can hear my voice. Ho 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 ho.
But that's not even what I mean. When I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire. It was just too much. Too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Our technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that, officially, is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you, I have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator lights switch on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to callers? You know, there's something that bothers me about the process. Besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate.
At
At least a month.
maybe.
That's what I said. But this has been going on for over a year. And a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper just to keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Why don't you just quit? In this economy?
Ouch.
No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot. It doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I've been working here for my whole adult life. I came here as a girl, and I'll leave as a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. I sound like Deshelle. Oh, the parcel. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0.
Wow, that was amazing. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, he's gone with them.
He's been kidnapped by the distillery people. He's become one of them.
He's become just another cog in the machine.
It's not good.
Look at our cute little boat. She returned on the Dingy, alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her. But she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. What? Only 5 on a flat bottom skiff, a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. What the fuck? That one sounds ridiculous enough. Let's do it. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. He said they took turns. The water was cold and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work. The hardest work that dog had ever done, he expected. They had been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood if it was caught on. She asked if he had a guitar in his case or just clothes. He would have played her something, but the case leaked a bit, and he didn't think it would sound right until it had time to dry out. She met a family of 5 on a flat bottom scale. Wait, I get to do whichever one? I just get to pick. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in a blue tarp. 3 paddled, the 2 adults and the older child. The 2 younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car and then for the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take a break from paddling in weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She said she was on the way to Sam and Ida's. They'd brought some food. The kids had picked the garden clean earlier in the day, so they'd been snacking on fresh bell peppers and tomatoes, and some crackers, rationed carefully for the trip. They wished her well and paddled on toward West Virginia. She met a flower salesman on a raft. Why is she meeting all these people, and what does this have to do with the story?
Nothing.
They floated alongside in buoyant pots, bobbing untethered. He corralled them with a long pole and a stream of small adjustments. She leaned out over the water to get a closer look. He just started work for the day, so his stock was full. He pushed a few bouquets her way. First was a rustic bundle of mums. He suggested it would make an appropriate apology bouquet. Next, a simple mixture of snapdragons, made to look wild. She thought it looked eager, and he agreed. Finally, a rustic mass of blue-petaled flowers of many different types. He said it was for a particular kind of person. If it didn't remind her of anyone in specific, she'd better move on. He drifted away with the current, pushing his flowers along with the raft. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving. A moment of silence. So they didn't let me do the last option. Everything but one option, huh?
Everything but one option.
Is this the place? Maybe. Oh, I can move. But I'm curious what's coming up here. I'm gonna stay. Looks like a submarine. Okay. Sam. Hello out there. Headed up or down? I'm just looking for the crew of the Mucky Mammoth. Yes, ma'am. They stop here every morning. I expect they're upstairs now, and Ida's got the coffee going. I could use a cup myself. It's cold down there. Well, head on upstairs and she'll take care of you. I'll be along in a minute. Oh, okay. I know this is the place for the Tuesday achievement.
I'm gonna look it up. I say where it be. Where it be? Hmm. Hmm. I see it.
So I can talk to these people first. Cool.
Just in time. We've already finished eating, but we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida is a bit of a local celebrity. For her cooking, I mean. Hey, Ezra was just asking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back? Or... where's the old man anyway?
Where did the old man go?
He got kidnapped!
You got kidnapped.
Oh, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. He's almost got this.
It's true.
Sure.
Sure, I have 1 quarter. Thank you.
So, where's... Oh... I mean... did he leave, or, did they take him? I mean, it could technically be either way. I didn't really see what happened. Did I?
He left.
Oh, okay. I have to say, I didn't know him very well, but he seemed like the kind of guy who was always on his way to somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down.
Cool. The food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. Alright, Claw Maestro, let's give it another shot. So, let's see what's on the top of the pile here. There's a stuffed octopus, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. That octopus has a leg wrapped around the boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag well. The cowboy hat is in the corner, so it's kind of tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. Those headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. It could be wrapped around something. What are you going to try for? Wait, which one am I supposed to try for? Supposed to try for the headphones, apparently.
Your hand hurts? Why does your hand hurt, Toba? Why does your hand hurt, Toba? Why? 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 Why does your hand hurt?
Playing with a banana? That sounds like some good exercise.
Some good exercise. Get it? Ha 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 ha.
What? I can't believe you profile linked. Yeah, a good place to exercise it? Oh, could you? Wait, let me check something. Let's see if we're online or not. I think we are. Yeah, shows people being online, so.
You can't see my top secret information, okay?
You could think of a good place to exercise it. Oh, you mean minus it? A good place to exercise? Exercise is pretty good for you. Alright, headphones.
I'll try to get the headphones.
Good call. I think that's our best bet. Okay, when I put this quarter in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. Oh, do I have to actually remember our directions then? Oh, no, it's just all text bullshit. No problem. There's no actual timer. No actual fucking timer.
Fine, you already know anyway.
That's true, I do know. The headphones are on the right, pretty close to the middle. Let me know if you need help lining it up. I've got a slightly different view of the field from up here. Ready? Here we go. Johnny inserts the coin, and the machine awakens. A cute little sound. Timer 8. The claw hovers in the front left corner of the machine. Well, apparently we push the joystick right. Resbra pushes the joystick right. Timer 7. Apparently we do up after that. The claw hovers halfway across the front of the machine. It pushes the joystick up.
Timer 6! Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Let me do right again. The claw hovers in the center of the machine. Oh, I see what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to listen to the directions to figure out where I should do it, but no.
Bum 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 bum.
What's next? Wish the claw to drop, huh? The claw hovers halfway along the right wall of the machine. Ezra pushes the button to drop the claw. The claw drops. It grabs the headphones.
Happy Tuesday! Achievement unlocked!
Win the claw game at Sam and Ida's.
Yay! The stupid day limited one is done. Hooray! 10 out of 10.
Wasn't that very exciting? The claw returns to the front of the machine with the headphones in a tight grip. It drops them through a slot labeled Prize, where Ezra retrieves them. Whoa, nice work. Now we just have to find you something to plug those into. Hey, listen, it sounds like that old man you were following around, I guess he had to leave. Is he okay? Yeah, he's okay. I mean, I'm sure he could be better, but I don't think we need to worry about him. Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just wanted to make sure you know that. What should we have him do? I should probably take a break from playing with said banana. My performance is getting worse. I'd have my S rank by now if I wasn't so focused on getting a long one. A combo, that is. Somebody wants a long combo, huh? I see. I see.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Me neither. You're in good company. Hey, maybe we still have time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. Hey, did you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half-eaten. This is someone's meal that they didn't finish? Heh.
I dare you to take a bite.
That sounds like something a kid would say. Ha! You first.
Okay.
Whoa, hold on. I'm just kidding. If Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal, it must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about. Like a beloved uncle had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory.
Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind.
Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine, though. Are you worried about them?
Yes, it's weird that they just disappeared.
Yeah, listen, that's okay to be worried. You're doing fine. Instead, I'm stuck with little on. I mean, 29 of 30 kills in a row. Sad.
Just get good, right? Isn't that what everyone else tells me? Just get good. You'll get there with practice.
But first, you must rest your weary hands.
Weird. Somehow I thought it was his truck. And delivery and all.
It was. That's what she's saying. He just left it behind.
But you're going to deliver it anyway? Why? It's on my way.
Okay, right. You were saying. The TV station is up there somewhere. But it's old furniture or something, right? Can you lift all that by yourself? Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. We've got nowhere else to be. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am.
So, how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail?
Devastating. You're a killer, Ida.
Well, I can't take all the credit.
Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Lethe that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. I've got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. Oh, we need one for the road. Clara said she wanted, something primordial, she said. What does that mean? Kate reviews the menu.
I think she meant something from very deep in the lake.
Could be. Hands Shannon the menu, huh? Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Damn it, Carla's gonna hate my choice later. Shannon inspects the menu.
How about...
Shannon turns the page.
I think she'd like... aged blind cavefish and small salad it is.
Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. He prods a half-eaten tentacle. He gently compresses a pea-sized eyeball on a plate. He runs his finger along a grayish claw. What the fuck? Let's do the last one. The surface of the claw is completely smooth. And that was the small one. They're asymmetrical. Sorry I startled you, sweetie. Why didn't they finish their meal? Well, they had more than twice as much food as they really needed, so even half was too much. This food is about 15 years old. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband Sam, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped and frozen or dried, and I just threw it in the fryer. We've both come a long way since then. Well, 2 young men came in for dinner. Seasoned divers, they said. Over 10,000 hours between them in Lake Lethe alone. They'd been out all day, salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck, and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right there, went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor. His usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. Ida, he said, kind of frantic. These divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. And I said, they already ordered the whole menu. Sam said, make something new. Keep making up dishes, whatever. Just keep bringing out food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book. And it was good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down. And I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now, when I need inspiration for the menu, I come and look here and think about all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it. They were asking for the food on purpose? But it all worked out. Things have really turned round since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success and our expanded menu inspired Sam, too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. I'd better get to work. Stay right here, sweetie, and I'll bring you a treat on my way back out.
Aww.
Okay, what he caught this time. Well, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day. The one and only. So, what are you? You look like, well, some kind of eel, I guess? Kind of a mopey little guy, huh? Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. You smell like sort of buttery. Oh, that should be just fine. Skin feels like sandpaper. Huh. Well, she'll figure something out. I think I'll call you...
Deep eel.
Welcome to Sam and Ida's, the one and only Jeep Eel. I hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. Have you ever seen a creature like me before? You were pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway? I wonder. They ate here once, back in the bad old days. 2 young guys. Could have been brothers, maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. I hadn't been able to catch a thing, so I'd have just fried up something from frozen. Well, these guys were hungry enough to eat it and ask for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers, and like I said, they might have been brothers. They had a kind of a rivalry going between them or something. Ida was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute and told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on. New tunnels they'd discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered at the weirdest depths of Lake Lethe. It was like a dance. No, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last. And I listened to every word of it, memorized every description of every tunnel and diving route they'd discovered. That's my map now, you see? For 15 years, I've been using routes those 2 young divers discussed right there at that table. That's pretty clever, actually. Yeah, I could write a guidebook to the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, and then where would we be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch, because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserved that table where they had their meal so I can look at it to jog my memory. Like they were eating pickled crab when they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, Deep Eel. There's one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you those boys were competing, right? One-upping each other? I mean, each getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and a kind of mental picture I can construct from their detailed boasts. And every time I explore a new diving spot from those recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. And when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock, where he said that fridge would be. And that's the end of Sam and Ida's. Be honest, that possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Damn. You always talk to your fish? Or your eels, I guess.
Hey, Sam. Good haul tonight?
I'll see what she can make of it. Yeah, pretty good, I think. I had some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. But I got the catch of the day, and that's the important part. That's what people travel for.
What's the catch today?
This here's a deep eel. Mopey, sandpapery old eel. I don't know how she'll fix him, but that sandpapery quality ought to do something for a... what do they call it? Mouthfeel? Texture. Will you stay for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee.
I think we're about to leave, but thanks.
Just passing through. Hey, aren't we all? Oh, she's got your food ready. You all enjoy your meal, all right? Sorry, Sam, your wife said you're doing a Sudoku, not a crossword.
I know, right?
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone.
It was so long ago, Sam didn't remember what he was doing.
I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels
Let me get back in my little boat, huh?
to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world any.
Shame I would have liked the writer to explain what a Sudoku puzzle is in 1,000 words. I know, right? Missed opportunity. They should have explained the properties of the eel, too. Like they did the bats. This eel survives by eating blah 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 something something blah 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 blah.
Shake her hand. She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door, and I can't.
Thought I picked the second option, but okay.
Get in there.
This world anymore.
Didn't I pick it?
Oh Lord, you.
Oh yeah, I am. Definitely sleepy time. We got to the achievement I wanted to get to, so I was just playing until we reached the next scene because I figured there'll be a save there. I can't manually save, so I don't know how often it saves. I figured I'd just go to the next scene. See that? Just looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there of all the spots on the lake. It's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it was an island or something.
It's Garbage Island, Trash Island.
Look closely. You can see some wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. The place was run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paula, I think. This was years ago. They used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, pilgrims, folks like that. They must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of Hard Times boys posted up on the dock, peddling small bottles to their customers. Cassie and Paula worked those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly demonstrably dangerous, and you couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taking on water. The side business in Firewood was a stroke of minor genius. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good a history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. Ooh, let's go watch Clara's performance. I did say I was staying on the boat every opportunity I'd get. And, I already know that there's an achievement for playing through Chapter 4 a second time for some goddamn reason. Only Chapter 4, though. So I'll just do all the non-stay on the boat ones for that. See what the other options were. They better have a goddamn essay about stuff, though. If I don't have stuff to read, I'll die of boredom, you know. I don't need gameplay, I just need more words to read. Bonus points if there's typos to keep me engaged, but I haven't seen any today. Ezra stayed on the tugboat to help Clara with her performance. Four scene 10. Cool, that sounds like I go to sleep. Sleepy time. And we can listen to this performance or whatever the heck we got going on next time. It's been quite trailing. My typo itch has been what? Can't believe you. I think I've seen it. Saw a couple typos when I played it last time. I didn't notice any tonight, though. But oh well, it is what it is. All right. Perhaps we can finish this game next time without having to worry about any time-limited achievements now. I think we can finish it. I know there's only 5 chapters. And we've got to be getting close to the end of chapter 4, so... And after that, it's just a matter of, lasting through getting whatever I missed on my first run. And so you can replay chapters, and I will not be rereading text in the chapters. Not like some insane person. At least Sierra's Escape could only afford to pay the editor for 75% of the game. Yeah, I know, right? It all went so very wrong. I know! It was glorious! It was amazing! I loved it! Alright. That's it for Kentucky Route 0. Is that what this game's called? That's it for this for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream and the nice internet outage break you got. I hope you enjoyed it. It was fun. Good night, Dolby. Who else was here? Good night, Frap. Good night, Gino. Wait, Gino already went to sleep. Good night, Ryder. Good night, Agent. Good night, bots, lurkers, everybody who stopped by tonight. Thanks for chilling. And listen to me rant, I guess. And read. And make some progressions. My downside is my internet came back. Yeah, after like 30 minutes. It was glorious. It was glorious. Now it's time to sleep. And I look forward to playing this game again. I think I'll do it tomorrow. So we should finish it tomorrow. And then after that, we have a Paradise Killers to go through, right? I hear that one might actually have gameplay. We'll see. Oh yeah, good night, sleep tight, no bed bugs, all that good stuff. Take care of yourselves. I'm gone. You never even knew I was here. Bye!